buying up all the TV networks to give our news with his slant on the news. And to me, that's ridiculous. And then how the heck is Todd Blanche going to get in? I know he would just act, if he didn't get nominated, he'd be acting Attorney General until Trump's term's up. So I don't see any difference in any of that, Mimi. And I just also in Nebraska right now, we just have a Democratic voice in Lincoln and Omaha. And they're trying to put through in Nebraska winner take all. In our state right now, it's divided. We get 2 votes in the democratic process, and they're trying to silence that here in Nebraska with winner take all, with the bought and paid for Governor Jim Pillman by Pete Ricketts, big money through Ameritrade and his father's money. He's another one of the little spoiled brats like Donald Trump. Never did a damn thing in his life. I have friends of mine that went to high school with him at Omaha West Side. He was a spoiled little rich kid then, and he's just a spoiled rich kid now.
So, Kevin,
Okay, Kevin. We got you, buddy. Adonic Samuel, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Appreciate that. Wow. These guys are worked up. Let's see. All right. How about that Hutch debate? Are you talking about the guy he was talking to earlier? I just popped in for a minute, saw he was talking to some soy boy. Decided to talk some shit and leave. I just find those people insufferable, man. That guy's stuck in 2020, man. Woke 1.0. Poor guy. All right. Tomorrow we have big primaries in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Haven't been talking about the Senate race in Minnesota much, but Bernie and the gang are all in on the lieutenant governor, Flanagan.
Who's your money on to take on Dr. Andrews in SC?
And obviously we got Francesca Hong in Wisconsin, who's left to her own devices because Bernie and the crew won't endorse her for some reason. They claim they don't get involved in state races, but that's bullshit. So I don't know what to make of that. The Wheelorg, thank you for the $5 super chat. Who's your money on? I mean, if I was going to bet, I would say Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, but it is an interesting race that the field did not clear after Trump endorsed Darlene. That's going to be interesting. We'll see what happens there. So 3 states to watch tomorrow night. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and South Carolina to see what happens with the Republicans in their primary there to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November. Trump's a bit weak. Remember, he's seen some of his endorsed candidates lose recently. Andy Ogles in Tennessee last Thursday was the latest one, but on Tuesday, one of his endorsed candidates failed in a congressional district primary as well, losing to a nobody who hadn't campaigned in a month and endorsed someone else. So I would argue those are signs of Trump's weakness. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, I assume Darlene Graham will win tomorrow, but if she wins by a small margin, then it shows you that the Republicans are not happy. Not happy. It's crazy that these midterms are going down in like 86 days or something. Rapidly approaching, man. Hold on. Saw a video talking about Kansas could be a dark horse Democrat flip in the Senate. Your thoughts? I'm not going to hold my breath. Outside of the couple of states I've rattled off, I think some of these states start to become a real stretch. South Carolina, Montana, these places are pretty red. I know Kansas has the ability to elect Democrats statewide, but I mean, that seems like a tough one. 50 state strategy. Hell yeah, let's go, Mr. Martin. Lockies, thank you for the resub on Kick. If you're interested, reach out to Zip Zip. The fuck is Zip Zip? There has been good Florida news. Canvassing has been cool. I don't know what you mean by any of that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna have to be honest with you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Are you canvassing in Florida? Is that what you're talking about? That's cool. If Texas flips blue, all bets are off. Anything can happen. Got a really strong candidate in Texas. So, I mean, yes, if Texas goes blue, then a lot of other places that are red are going to go blue too, but may need a bit more in some of these very red states. I am canvassing. Oh, good for you, bro. Will you go back to doing debates again? I have no idea. I don't miss debating at all. I'll be honest with you. I kind of enjoying taking my time in the morning and not stressing things. I go to the gym for like 2 hours, go walk for 30, 40 minutes, 2 miles. You know, it's just kind of giving me more time to do things. Like I'm building my my room. I've got a piece of furniture coming tomorrow, hopefully, and then I've got to find a lamp to put on top of it, but starting to Yeah, I'm muted. Sorry. I don't have a mic on that scene. Anyways, I was just saying that I'm building the scene there. The empty space is for a filing cabinet to try to mimic the look of like a campaign office. And then I have my cork board that I found that I put up with some little knickknacks and little things that I've accumulated over the years, like press passes and things like that. So just trying to finish the background. But being off during the day has allowed me to work on stuff like that. I don't need to stream 10 hours a day. That's basically what I've realized. I'd like to make YouTube videos, but I'm not so sure I can do that. I might actually start working on my hobby, which is personal finance. I might start making personal finance videos during the day. I don't know. I basically I can do whatever I want. Still trying to figure it out. But debating on TikTok, I'm not so sure. I really don't like sitting there waiting for someone to join, you know, like that. I don't like sitting around waiting for things. That's annoying. If I was like Parker and Dean, where I had a parade of people waiting in line, a long queue, no problem. I'd be on there in a heartbeat. But sitting around waiting for people to get on there, it's just annoying to me. And then you're just staring at your numbers, wondering what's wrong. Are you being silenced by TikTok? Are you just pissing people off? And it's like a very soft crowd over there too. You have to walk on, you know, pins and needles. People get all upset. Lockies with the 5 gifted subs on Kick. Hell yeah, thanks, man. And you know, I kind of like not being as accessible too. Like it's so easy for anyone to join in and like either talk shit or ask me about random stuff, and it's like, dude, I don't know, man. It's not a great format. If I'm scheduled to go on like a Jubilee or something, or debate someone at a college event or something, I'll probably go on there to get some practice. That's about it though. I don't even go on TikTok lately. Whoops. Did I do that all caps? All right. Has Jubilee contacted me? They did actually, like 2 months ago. They invited me. I get contacted by like the top casting people there and the directors and stuff. So that's pretty cool. But one of the casting guys reached out to me. I think he's like the head casting guy, and he reached out to me about a Surrounded, or it was going to be some sort of moderate in the middle versus 20 liberals or something. I don't know I don't know if it came out already or what it is, but it was on a day that I was filming something else, so I couldn't do it. So I'm still on their radar, which is really cool. Would you get a dog? I'd love to have a dog, but I'm terrified of the costs that come with it. I mean, they'll bankrupt you, man. I'm disgusted with private equity buying up all of the veterinarians, and the amount of money that it costs to have a dog is just outrageous. And if I open up my heart to an animal, I'll spend anything to make its life good. Like, I'm not one of those people who the dog, you get a estimate of $1,000 from the vet and you're like, nope, you're going to heaven later, Roger. You've lived a good life. I will spend $10,000 to keep it alive for 6 more minutes, you know? So I can't do it. I can't do it. I have to just keep my heart dark, closed off. I think same thing with being in a relationship. Like, I just don't want to deal with it. I don't know. Are you a Sade fan? I haven't heard that name in years. Is that person still alive? I don't know. Doesn't she have like one song? They're doing that? Oh, yeah. Go look around at any vets. You'll see all the local vets are bought up now by random national brands. It's just all private equity, charging people a fortune, $300. You probably can't walk out of a vet's office for less than $500 nowadays. I would love to film some personal finance videos during the day. That's like my next hobby, I think. Becoming a personal finance YouTube personality and just kind of helping people, because I want to help people, and we might be cooked with our politics. You know what I mean? Like, it's just maybe the American mind may just be too stupid to handle social media and misinformation and the extreme elements like Hassan. And so, you know, at some point you just got to admit you're cooked and move to other things to help people. And I think personal finance, doesn't matter who the president or Congress is. If you got your finances right, then you can help a lot of people and you can do very well. But we're not there yet. If we lose the midterms and we lose 2028, then yeah, I'm moving on to my next project. So that's how I'm like, let me think about getting my feet wet here soon with the personal finance stuff. That's how this started, my streaming here. It was just a hobby, and then it started to make money and started to get popular, and I was able to start doing it full time after about 5 years. So maybe the same thing can happen with personal finance. Maybe skip a few steps. I don't know. $5 for cremation. Yeah, I seriously refuse to get a dog because of the cost. Won't do it. Just won't do it. I don't know what value there is for an animal. And I've owned a dog for 10 years and I loved it. It was awesome. It was a great companion, but the amount of money and the heartbreak and watching it suffer, it's not worth it for me. Can't do it. Rather sit in silence by myself. Cats are easier. I've heard this, but I'm sure they get you on cats too. I like the socialness of a dog, though. Would you leave, live, and learn if the next few elections go sideways? And if I'm leaving streaming, then yeah, I'm not doing anything. This is years from now, you know what I mean? Who knows? I'm a realist, man. Like, I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. I'm not the type of person to just keep grinding with jack shit happening, but I'm very happy with what we've built here and what we got. I just like, if the elections do not go our way, there's only so much we can do. We cannot move mountains here. We just talk about stuff and try to get people motivated and hang out and make this stuff more entertaining and accessible so more people can get involved. But there's limits to what we can do. And if it's just cooked, it's cooked, We'll see. I hope to be pleasantly surprised by the midterms. All signs point to Democrats doing very well. But, these DSA people they're annoying. Hassan is annoying.
You and other political streamers better have a backup subject to talk about.
Yeah.
When God Emperor John Ossoff becomes president, all problems will be solved. We will have high-speed rail that goes to the moon. There will be no drama to discuss. I am a realist and also a delusionalist.
Well, I mean, that there is something to be said there. If a Democrat wins in 2028, Trump is off the scene. Right now, people are kind of excited to go after him, but trust me, people will be bored to tears of pursuing an ex-president and his staff a year into a new Democratic Party administration. It's not like the public attention and the rage dissipates very quickly about things. I mean, there's things Trump has done just weeks ago that people have already shrugged off. So the idea of, a Democratic president will hold them accountable realistically like a year into their administration with charges and then a trial a year from then, it's like, you really think the American people are going to give a damn about putting Trump in prison and his acolytes, 2 years after he's gone? It'll be old news. So that's kind of depressing, but got to accept that reality. That's why I said nobody's going to be held accountable in any way. But the reason I bring that up is because things will get very boring if the Democrats win, just like under Biden. I mean, my channel was a ghost town the summer after Biden won. It was, people were out just enjoying their lives thinking we solved everything and no need to pay attention to politics. So once Trump's gone, I agree, people better have a backup plan. Politico are saying Trump personally intervened to stop Ohio GOP from booting Max Miller. Thank you, Trump. All right, let's check out some videos here. I want to see this. I've been very curious what's going on here. So this is the Attorney General from Michigan, Dana Nessel. And supposedly she made some comments that she doesn't feel comfortable going to their state convention, I believe next month, because of El Sayed's supporters and how nasty they are. I believe she's Jewish. And when he was asked about her recently, he shrugged off his relationship with her. So a little strange. You think, you're the nominee. It's time to be the better person and just say, hey, I'm going to keep fighting for every person in Michigan. And if someone has an issue with me, I'd love to talk to them and discuss it. But he seems to be upset with her for some reason, and she's upset with him. So let's see what she had to say. She did an interview on MS Now.
Tensions are high in Michigan with Abdul Al-Sayed's win in the state's contentious Democratic Senate primary, kicking the party's ideological battle, a real showdown between progressives and the establishment, into another gear. Dana Nessel joins me now. She is the Attorney General of the state of Michigan. It's nice to see you, Madam Attorney General. I thank you for being with us right now. I want to get a sense. You endorsed Haley Stevens, of course, who is Abdul Al-Sayed's primary opponent in that race that just wrapped up here. So do you now publicly support Abdul Al-Sayed as the Democratic nominee and your candidate for that seat?
Well, I'll tell you, immediately after Haley Stevens conceded that race, which Abdul won by approximately a point, I texted Abdul and I said I congratulated him on his victory. I said I'd like to meet and try to find a path forward and to have a really good discussion with him. But, I should tell you that when I won in 2018, There were a lot of hurt feelings on the part of those who had endorsed my opponent, and it took some time, to have those conversations and to be able to talk to stakeholders and communities that had supported my opponent to let them know why they could now fully support me. And I think that's the work that Abdul is doing right now. We're going to be meeting soon, and I look forward to talking to him.
Okay, well, not ready to endorse the Democratic nominee for Senate in Michigan as the Attorney General. Okay, must be some really sour feelings between these two. Holy shit, man. Like, what happened? I would love to know what is the problem, And he's the nominee. I mean, people can say she sucks or something. I don't know anything about her except she's pretty popular there. But she seems pretty pissed. Well, we'll see what happens after they meet, I guess. If I were him, I would be scheduling a meeting within days of all of the high-profile people like her. Like, this is not a meeting I would put off for a week plus if I were him. Let's squash this. Let's get together. Let's
ICE
figure it
needs
out.
to mend the fences to fend off the menaces.
Yeah, how about he told his supporters it's time we need to mend fences on election night. Well, here's your job to mend. Here's your fence to mend, bro. Nobody else can do it. So how about you put in the work? Why have you not met with her yet? When asked about the safety of Jews, didn't AES mention her being invited as something as an example that Jews are safe? Well, he said that she had no problem coming to some event of his in 2018. That was his answer when she said, and she made a comment, she doesn't feel safe going to the convention next month. And he said, well, she had no problem going to some event in 2018. Okay, that's a long time. That's like 8 years ago, dude. It could have been 8 weeks ago and things changed since then. So, yeah, his responses haven't been great about her either.
So do you have any expectations you're going to be campaigning with him? Is that a conversation y'all have had yet?
We have not had that conversation yet. But, there are several things that I do want to talk to him about. Firstly, let's make it clear that under no sets of circumstances do I want to see Mike Rogers take that Senate seat. It is essential that we have a Democratic majority in the United States Senate. And if Mike Rogers is elected, we're going to see him just as a rubber stamp for some of the worst corruption in American history in the Oval Office. He could be responsible for confirming 2 or even 3 United States Supreme Court justices. And, Abdul's for Medicare for all. We don't even know if Mike Rogers is for Medicare for Medicare, if he approves of the slashing of Medicare entitlements to people. So it's essential that we keep that seat. But yeah, do I have some things I'd like to talk to Abdul about? Certainly. I want to talk about some of the language that he uses on the campaign trail. And I also want to speak to him about some of the surrogates that he uses that, are concerning to some people.
So
get his ass. Okay, so look, this should be priority number 1 for Abdul El-Sayed. Here is your most high-profile detractor who is on national television saying that she hasn't met with you, that she has some concerns, and he hasn't met with her yet. That's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. What is he doing? What is he working on? Is he just having more pool parties with influencers? Why has he not met with this woman yet? If you can placate her, if you can address her concerns, you're going to deal with like 80% of the problem, man. But the fact that he hasn't met with her yet is alarming. What are you doing, man? Do you think you're going to win this without addressing the concerns of people like this? This is the Attorney General of the state. This is not some rando. She wants Piker gone. I hope so. I hope her number one demand is Hassan Piker needs to be thrown in the bus. And to the person who keeps commenting on my YouTube videos that Hassan is no longer part of his campaign, Hassan said so. What are you talking about? I hope they watch this and stop leaving that comment. We need El-Sayed to throw him under the bus, to distance himself from him, not to say, well, he's just an influencer, and of course I disagree with him, and then the nonsense from AOC and Bernie making up stuff about Hassan apologized. Hassan has corrected that. I mean, I believe El Sayed said it was out of context in his most recent interview this weekend. I don't remember if it was CNN or NBC Meet the Press, but I'm pretty sure he said it was out of context. Like, what? So there, or maybe it was AOC or Bernie, I don't know. But anyways, it's not enough what he's doing to just be like, oh, he's a streamer and I talk to a lot of people and I disagree with him on that. It's kind of a bad thing. It's kind of a big deal, man. It's not just like, oh, I just don't agree with him. America deserved 9/11. Like, for that to come out of somebody's mouth, it's going to be tough to get along with that person and have them as a surrogate on your campaign, especially when you're trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history, man. You can't dick around. You already face an uphill struggle. What boomer voted even knows who Hassan is? Of course they don't know who Hassan is. That's why the GOP is flat out saying in every single ad, and they're going to spend $300 million over the next 80 plus days, just saying Abdul El Sayed thinks America deserved 9/11. They're just going to skip the Hassan part and just say he thinks America deserved 9/11. No, there's no live and learn tonight. The people are traveling or something, so you guys can let people know as they ask about that.
So let me drill down on this if I can for a bit. And part of the reason we wanted to have this conversation was with you is because you recently made the decision to skip the Michigan Democratic nominating convention. It'll happen this month. You said so due to safety concerns and anti-Semitic harassment. What specifically have you experienced, and what concern did you have about attending the Democratic Party nomination contest?
Well, look, myself and other Jewish electeds are subjected to a barrage of anti-Semitic threats. And that's been happening literally since my first day in office in 2019, long before October 7th. But in addition to that, you know, what we've seen in the Democratic Party as of late here in Michigan is that we're not seeing the same kind of civil discourse that we used to be able to have, and the ability to have a diversity of ideas and opinions that are, you know, respected.
Is your party doing enough to address those concerns, Madam Attorney General?
Yeah, I would say absolutely they're not. And I would just point to the example that we have 5 members of the Democratic Party who have been charged with anti-Semitic acts of violence, of vandalism and harassment and threats to other Democratic officials, some of whom are Jewish, and including an attack on the Jewish Federation of Detroit. So those people are still permitted to come to the convention. And it's just baffling to me that while these charges are pending, they're going to be allowed to be there despite, these credible charges against them. So I think that there's a lot that we could do. We could enforce a code of conduct that says that, again, you can't chase people around the convention yelling at them. It's not appropriate to boo people off the stage, even if it's a candidate whose ideas you don't support. You know, we should all have the opportunity to be heard, if we are members of the party.
I think this woman should get everything she wants. Abdul El Sayed is a moron if he doesn't meet with this woman and give her everything she wants. It would address so many people's concerns. And if she were to go out there and say, I've talked to him, I'm confident that he has heard me, and I am excited about the steps he's going to take to address my concerns, and I'm ready to rock. Let's do this. I mean, that would be huge for addressing the people who are detractors. I mean, otherwise, I think he might lose. He is behind right now. No matter how you slice it, he is in trouble. He barely won by less than 1%. And the polls showed that he was up like 15, 17. Some of these were reputable polls too, not just in campaign insider polls done by his campaign, internal polls. But they overestimated his support by like double digits. So those same polls showed Mike Rogers beating him by 1. So of course they're overestimating his support versus Mike Rogers as well. So he is not in a great position where more people voted for someone other than him in the Democratic primary. He's got a lot of people to win over. A lot of those people will, I don't know about a lot, but some of those people will vote for Mike Rogers or just stay home if he doesn't deal with it. I mean, what else does he have to work on? He already has his supporters. He's not going to lose them. Even if he kicked Hassan Piker to the curb, not a single person is going to bail on him. They like him. He's saying what they want. He needs to moderate. That's what happens in a general. In order to win more people and grow your coalition, which he clearly has to do. Again, more people voted for someone else in the Democratic primary on last Tuesday. He got less than 50% of the votes in the Democratic primary. He has to do something. He has to move. Otherwise, he's cooked, man. People can play this game all they want, but this is a swing state. This is a tough race. And so far, if you've got the attorney general on national television complaining still, that is a problem. What is he doing? What is he working on? What has he done? Clearly nothing if this woman's still pissed at him. This is why I'm starting to talk about how we can still win the Senate even without Michigan, because I'm not confident this guy's going to make the right moves to win this race.
Very quickly, to be clear, what responsibility does Abdul al-Sayed and the other members of the party that listens to him have to combat the anti-Semitism or that language and to make sure that people like you do feel safe at the convention?
Well, first of all, I'd like for him to tone down his rhetoric a little bit. And what I mean by that is that, AIPAC, which many of us do not support or agree with, and Israel, with many of us who do not support or agree with their government or the actions of Benjamin Netanyahu, right, they cannot be the central villain in literally every story, right? So if we're talking about, reforming healthcare, which all of us want to do in the party, it's not AIPAC that is responsible for those problems. It's the health insurance and pharmaceutical companies. If we want to combat climate change, that's not AIPAC in Israel that's responsible. That's big oil and fossil fuel industry. If it's the housing crisis, let's look at private equity firms and real estate trade organizations. Not everything is about AIPAC. Not everything is about Israel. And I think it's a misrepresentation to say that even if we wiped Israel off the face of the earth tomorrow, everyday Michiganders' lives wouldn't be better on all of those fronts. So, I think it's important.
Holy based. Been saying this for a while now, man. Nothing he's promising on Israel is going to make anyone's lives better in Michigan in any way at all. And the fact that he's telling people we can spend that money that we send to Israel to here in Michigan is bullshit. Not a single dollar that goes to Israel is going to come to Michigan. Those are two completely separate pots. It's like when Trump and MAGA say, why are we sending money to Ukraine? We have homeless veterans. They don't plan on doing shit about homeless veterans. And Abdul al-Sayed has no plan to use that money that goes to Israel, which is a drop in the bucket, $3 billion. Who cares? That's not going to change any lives in Michigan. Let's be honest. So she's right. Let's shift the boogeyman from Israel. Okay, Israel man bad. We get it. We heard it a billion times. How about we talk about the real boogeymen out there that are making people's lives miserable, like pharma and private equity, you name it. Go after those guys. Put them on the list of targets. And what she's saying is that the constant focus on Israel causes anti-Semitism. And people will say, that's not fair. We can't criticize Israel's government. We can't be critical of them. Of course you can. But when all you focus on is them, which a lot of his time was spent on that during the campaign, and then you see anti-Semitism tick up, what's to explain that? How can you explain that? It's just like people don't care. They're like, oh, well, sucks for the Jews. They're just going to have to deal with anti-Semitism. That's their problem. As long as Israel keeps acting a fool, then the Jews in America, who have nothing to do with that, are going to have to be discriminated and hate crimed. Sucks for them. I'm not going to tone down my rhetoric, but your rhetoric about anti-Zionism and Israel and AIPAC is directly led to an increase in anti-Semitism. Well, that's their problem. I mean, that's basically the attitude that she's talking about here. It's funny, man. claw back some of the environmental effery they've done this year between opening up public land. Sure, there's plenty of boogeymen out there that you could highlight. So maybe unintentional, but it still happens. Right. It's like Trump constantly talking about China unleashed a virus on us in 2020 over and over again. China did this, China did that. Next thing you know, Asian Americans are seeing an uptick in hate crimes. They have nothing to do with China. They just happen to be Asian. But Trump's fascination with China and constantly shitting on them led to hate crimes increasing. And we didn't just shrug and go, oh, well, we pushed back and we said, that's not right. And we don't accept this. So stop using that language. Stop talking like that. But when it comes to the Jews, nobody cares. They're just like, oh, well, sucks for the Jews. Get fucked.
Court did not only talk about.
So I'm glad she's taken this position. And it's troubling to me that El Sayed hasn't made her the focus of his last week. I mean, if you can deal with Dana Nessel and you can get her on your side, I think you are solving a lot of the problems you have right now. But clearly he's not doing that.
About Israel and only talk about AIPAC in response to every question.
Dana Nessel is the Michigan Attorney General. Madam Attorney General, I appreciate your making time to talk to us here on State of...
Hey, ding dong in my YouTube chat. Quiet. Stop arguing. Nobody cares. We're talking, this is the big kids table. We talk about winning an election here, and you clearly haven't done this before because you have to build a bigger coalition to win the general, genius. You can't just run like you ran your primary and expect to win. More people voted for someone other than El Sayed in the primary. What about that do you not understand, dipshit? Now get out of here.
Play.
Thanks for having me.
My God, man. Absolute children. All right. Good job, Dana Nessel. Stay on the fight. We appreciate that. This is troubling, absolutely troubling for El Sayed, man. I think he can win, but he's handicapping himself by not addressing this problem. I mean, this is his biggest problem right here, right in front of him. She put it out in black and white. If he doesn't want to deal with it, okay. Keep running with Hassan and you know, just expect to win with your barely 1% victory over Stevens. Surely that'll work. Good luck. All right, let's shift over to Minnesota. Bernie and the progressives have endorsed the lieutenant governor, Flanagan, and she's up against the moderate, Angie Craig, endorsed by the more moderate wing of the party. So this is going to be interesting, and it's a toss-up based on the polls. So we have there hasn't been a lot of conversation about this, but it'll be another sign of how well progressives are doing. I don't think Flanagan is DSA. I think there's very few DSA candidates, but she was on NBC today. So let's check this out.
Joining me now is Minnesota's Democratic Lieutenant Governor and candidate for Senate, Peggy Flanagan. Thank you so much for being here, Lieutenant Governor. It's just one day until Election Day. What is your closing message to voters heading into the polls tomorrow?
So this entire campaign has been about the many versus the money. I am part of the many, and I'm betting on us. You know, I haven't taken a dime of corporate PAC money, and the same can't be said for my opponent. This is the most expensive Senate primary in Minnesota history. About $20 million has come in against us so far. But what I can tell you is that I'm running to make sure that people can afford the lives they want to live. I want to get big money out of our politics, and I want to fight for, you know, things like Medicare for all, so that people aren't just paying for health insurance, but actually have access to health care.
You talk about this race being about money. The Congresswoman's campaign has spent significantly more money than your own, and you've suggested that she's bought and paid for by special interests. Do you think that kind of attack, though, makes it harder to unify Democrats, even if you win, especially those who hold similar positions than the Congresswoman?
Well, I would say this. I think this is something that you're seeing all across the country, that, individuals know that corporate PACs, special interests, have tremendous influence in our politics. And I think, they've got great representation. It's the rest of us who need it. I think that's the root of so many things that we're facing in this country. Health insurance companies are funding my opponent, and, I support Medicare for all, and she doesn't. The crypto industry has weighed in this race. I think we need to have some pretty serious regulations on crypto. And Congresswoman Craig was the only Minnesota Democrat to vote, for the crypto bill that has allowed Donald Trump to enrich himself, to over $1 billion in his meme coin from the Oval Office. So I just think that people are ready, to be beholden only to the voters and no one else. And the best way to end Citizens United is to ensure that we are running strong grassroots, people-powered campaigns and winning. That's what we've done, and that's what I hope to do tomorrow.
I believe Angie Craig, her opponent, also voted for the Lake and Riley Act. So she's quite conservative, but people like John Ossoff voted for the Lake and Riley Act as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what is resonating in a blue state like Minnesota. Minnesota is pretty blue, but it's not super blue. So we'll be watching tomorrow. Should be very interesting.
Talking about your campaign and who's powering it, you have the backing of outgoing Senator Tina Smith as well as Senator Bernie Sanders. His endorsement. Take a listen to what Senator Sanders said yesterday.
People are tired of the status quo politics and establishment policies. They want real change, and Peggy Flanagan is about bringing about real change, standing up to the big money interests.
You are confident Flanagan will win?
No, I'm not confident. I think it's going to be a very, very close race.
Okay.
I think she is being outspent 7-1. And
okay, Bernie, this talking point kind of lost some of its bite after El Sayed won, because they were screaming about $60 million of outside money and he's being outspent 12-1. Well, he still won. So does that outside money really make that huge of a difference? I don't know. Not sure.
under those circumstances, it's tough for anybody to win.
So he's endorsing you, but a little worried about whether or not you're going to actually be able to win. What do you make of the senator's assessment, and how do you feel about this primary possibly being an uphill battle? Do you see it that way?
Well, I think for, a long time, we've been underestimated. They're not underestimating us anymore with spending, $20 million in this race. We always knew that it was going to tighten up. But what I can tell you is that we've got a strong ground game. Just over this weekend, we knocked 32,000 doors. We will have knocked over 200,000 doors by the end of the election tomorrow when the polls close. So I feel confident that we've got a strong ground game. This is up to the people of Minnesota, if they want to send someone who's, beholden to corporate special interests, or if they want to send someone who's beholden only to Minnesotans. This campaign is about people being able to afford the lives they want to live. I've got a long track record of fighting for working families, and I hope to be able to continue that work in the U.S. Senate.
Lieutenant Governor, a lot of your message is about
corporate interest is like the left's deep state. Yeah, I'm getting kind of sick of it. I'm getting sick of this word establishment too, which I've been railing against for weeks now. These terms, I'd like a little more clarity on what they mean. I don't think anyone who's using them really understands. Like when someone says establishment, what does that mean? There's people like Chris Van Hollen that are very well liked by progressives and people to the left. In fact, he's the name that people like El Sayed and other more progressive senators would want to see replace Chuck Schumer. There's people like Chris Murphy that have been around for years. And are these guys establishment? I don't really understand what is considered establishment. Because Bernie Sanders has been around for a long time. Is he part of the establishment? He's chaired committees. I mean, you could argue he's just as much a part of what goes on in D.C. as anyone else, especially within the Democratic Party. It's kind of like anyone I don't like is the establishment, even if the qualifications and characteristics are the same between them and another candidate that I don't like. It's like, so to me, it's just a a way to attack somebody that's not really based in anything. It's like, oh, they're the establishment candidate. Like, what does that mean? And then corporate interests is also weird to me. It's like, okay, so are you implying that like these corporations get their way on everything and that these people are bought and sold because they received some money from corporations or PACs or something like that? Because, you know, we could make the case for like Abdul El Sayed. He's bought by the Palestinian cause because he received millions of dollars from some pro-Palestinian PAC. It's like, or some union, right? Like we could say that some Democratic lawmaker is beholden to a union because they received thousands of dollars in support from a union. It's like, well, what's wrong with that? I mean, the Teamsters went 40-60 for Trump in 2024. So it's, just because you're in a union doesn't make you a hero. Look at the cops and the firefighters. I mean, there's some shitty unions out there too. So I just, it's like, I feel like we've allowed for too long for people to attack the more moderate Democrats with these terms, establishment, corporate. It's like, well, none of that means anything, man.
Change. Obviously, you hold a statewide position as lieutenant governor. Do you feel like that position has been a drag on your campaign? It's been hard maybe for some to see you as change since you're already in office?
Well, I'd say this, you know, my core, I've always been an organizer. And so while my occupation might have changed over the years, that's always been the same. You know, the things that we've won on here in Minnesota, I co-chaired the campaign to raise the minimum wage when I was the executive director of Children's Defense Fund. We got that done. We indexed it to inflation. And so now every year over the last decade or so, the minimum wage has gone up in our state. They haven't increased the federal minimum wage in over 17 years. It's still $7.25. I'd like to bring that experience to the U.S. Senate. You know, when my daughter was still portable and on my hip, I was one of the co-founders for Minnesotans for Paid Family and Medical Leave. We built a coalition. It took almost a decade, but we got it done. And I think in Minnesota, we know that you get what you organize for. So if I'm a school board member, a state legislator, you know, running the Children's Defense Fund, lieutenant governor, or Siobhan's mom, I know what I'm working towards. And I think Minnesotans know that too.
I have no problem with this woman. I'll be happy with either of them. And that's the case for most progressives running. I don't like the nastiness. And I think that that's going to linger after these primaries, attacking our fellow Dems like that. But it is what it is. But we'll be fine, in my opinion, with her or her opponent, Angie Craig.
You talk about sort of all the different issues that you're running and sort of your views, but I want to go back to that other question I asked you, which is how do you unify a party after such a competitive primary? Is it hard in some ways to have all these issues and to be talking about your opponent in the way that you're talking about your opponent as still a fellow Democrat? Do you think that there's in some ways going to be a chance to unify the party, or is it really going to be a broader anti-Trump message?
I mean, I think it has to be a broader anti-Trump message. And I certainly think that's where, you know, Congresswoman Craig and I will be unified in making sure that Democrats hold this seat no matter what happens. We can't afford to give this, you know, Donald Trump one more seat in the United States Senate. The grift has to stop. We will hold this seat. And if she is victorious tomorrow, I will absolutely support her. What is at stake is too much. And I think Michelle Tafoya will be the Republican Senate nominee going forward. She's completely out of touch with Minnesotans and with the average Minnesotan and what they're facing. And so the stakes are too high for us not to unify. And, you know, if I am victorious, I will work my tail off to make sure that I can build a relationship, build trust with her supporters so that we can beat the Republicans in the fall and refuse to give Donald Trump a majority. And we're going to take back the Senate and we're going to take back the House.
I want to ask you about the broader progressive movement and the momentum we're seeing around the country. There's a lot of comparisons being made between last week's primary in Michigan and your own message. What do you make of that? Do you think it's similar to Abdul El Sayed's?
I mean, I think what we see happening all across the country is that people are ready for big, bold change. They are done with the status quo. They are sick of, corporate PACs and special interests and APAC, spending a tremendous amount of money in these elections when really voters should be the one to decide. I think, this is an election, not an auction, and we have to be really clear about that. So I think that's the message that's resonating with voters all across the country. We are done with the status quo. We're done nibbling around the edges. We're done governing by sternly worded letter. And people really want fighters and want to know that the folks in Washington, D.C. Are not, just caught up in what's happening in the Beltway, but are deeply connected to the people that they represent. And that's what this campaign has been about since day one.
I want to ask you about language while we talk about this progressive movement. You and El Sayed have rejected the label of socialist, but that certainly has not stopped Republicans from making an attack against both of you. The president has even gone farther, calling all Democrats communists. Do you worry about those attacks turning some voters away from your campaign? And how do you think progressives overall can overcome that?
I mean, I am the endorsed candidate of our Democratic Party here. We have the Democratic Farmer Labor Party that's always been grounded in the lives of working families, both in urban communities and in greater Minnesota. And, that's what my campaign is all about, people affording their lives. And I think that, regardless of if you are a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, someone who, doesn't identify with any political party, the thing that we can all agree on right now is that the folks at the very, very top, the ultra wealthy in this country, are doing quite well. For goodness sakes, this big, ugly bill that was passed had trillions of dollars in tax cuts for billionaires. And, the folks who are being left behind are working families. We literally saw, Donald Trump and the Republicans take food off of the table, tremendous cuts to Medicaid as well, all in exchange for tax breaks for the ultra wealthy. Yeah. I think, it is literally all of us against Donald Trump, the extremist billionaires. And frankly, I'm betting on us. And I think we can build these relationships and turn people out.
Well, certainly the message I'm sure you will be saying from now until tomorrow. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
She seems normal. Yeah, she's fine. This is what I love about the midterms is we're finally shaking off the Biden-Kamala stink from the Democratic Party, and we've got these new leaders that are energetic, youthful. They got fight in them, and the American people have something to root for here. It's not just anti-Trump. It's not, Trump man bad. It's, no, look, we have real leaders in our party, but nobody's paid attention until now. I don't blame them. Politics is emotional and annoying, and Trump is outrageous. So I'm sure most people in America have checked out from our politics since November 2024. And now they're starting to tune in as the midterms approach, and they'll get to see all these great Democratic candidates. So we'll settle this one tomorrow and continue to coalesce around our candidates. I like it. I don't think there's any interview with Angie Craig. Let's see. See if she was on any shows. Seven days ago. 3 weeks ago. Let's look at her YouTube page. 3 months ago. Haven't been updating that one. Let's look at this interview from a week ago.
All right, leading up to next week's primary in Minnesota, we'll be speaking with candidates from both the Senate race and the governor's race. We've extended invitations to all candidates who are polling above 5%.
Oh, hell yeah. We got the Destiny host. Awesome. Thank you, bro. Let me take off my sub-only mode over there. All right. There you guys go. Thank you, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. What was Destiny up to today? I saw he was talking to some digital ground game people earlier, but beyond that, I don't know what he was up to. Did he talk about his Jubilee? Josiah unfollowed Destiny. Oh, my God. No way. Oh, no. It's all over. Damn, Josiah got his start with Destiny. He used to come on there and talk to him a lot. I remember back in the midterms, Destiny was like, "Do you know this guy, Pondering Politics? He's this base politics guy." And Josiah would come on his channel all the time. And I remember when Josiah got hit like 40K subs on YouTube because DGG was watching his videos and stuff. And he was working with Luke Beasley and all that. So I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll be friends in no time. Story old is time. What happened? Thank you, Curly. I appreciate that. I think so too. Forgetting about his day ones? Oh no. I don't know what would have happened there. Is it over the Keith Shirley thing? I saw that guy got exposed for like defending some PDF file at Lincoln Project or something. I don't know. He picked a fight that he's not going to win. That's for sure. Give us your real feelings about what? Nobody holds a grudge like Destiny. Destiny is actually pretty forgiving, man. I'll give the guy credit. He puts up with a lot of shit, and he doesn't have to, but he really does try to be friends with most people. I mean, I give it to him. Didn't unfollow Keith Shirley, though. Oh, no. It's a disaster. Wow. I don't really pay attention if people follow me or not. I guess if I check in on their Twitter profile, I'll see. That's kind of a sensitive thing among streamers. Like, you know, I don't know. It's tough. I follow a bunch of people that I want nothing to do with because I don't want to upset them or cause any drama. But I understand having to unfollow somebody after a while. So I don't know. I guess I'd have to hear more about him. You could just mute. Yeah, I mute almost everybody on Twitter. I only have like reporters and a few other people unmuted on there. Do you think aside from your
69.
viewer base, Destiny's fan base has the highest average IQ? I have no idea. E-Biker, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Hell yeah. Damn. Well, we're just talking about the big primaries tomorrow, Wisconsin and Minnesota. We just watched an interview with Peggy Flanagan, who's the progressive lieutenant governor endorsed by Bernie. And she's up against a woman named Angie Craig, who's voted for the Laken Riley Act, a congresswoman. She's the more moderate candidate. It's a toss-up right now. So that's a contest people aren't talking about. That's for U.S. Senate tomorrow, along with the Francesca Hong race for governor of Wisconsin. And we're just about to watch an interview with Angie Craig, the more moderate candidate. So if you guys are interested in knowing a little bit more about what's going to go down tomorrow, this is a good moment to pop by the stream. Mute everyone by default. That wouldn't be a bad option on Twitter if they gave that to you. Does kind of bug me that people seem to have very little appreciation for someone who helps spark their careers. Well, look, Josiah is a super nice guy. He's not like Hassan, some sort of clout shark weirdo. So I think they'll be friends in no time, okay? I've seen plenty of people fight and then become friends again. It happens. Is what it is.
To join us here on All Day Live for a live 10-minute conversation. So joining us today, Representative Angie Craig, seeking the Democratic nomination in the race for U.S. Senate, going up against Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, both seeking the seat currently held by Senator Tina Smith.
Don't forget the CT governor's primary and first CT-CD primaries.
I don't know anything about what's going on in Connecticut, but I haven't heard about any exciting races, so you'll have to fill us in. You reckon it's more posturing than fighting? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, Destiny has attacked Josiah a bunch of times, right? Like he's said all sorts of negative things about him, and they didn't talk for like a year, so I can't imagine that he said something that upset Josiah, but I don't know. I have no idea, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Look at this woman's hair. Holy shit, man. Talk about absolutely perfect. This is crazy.
Congresswoman, thanks for being with us today.
Great to be here.
You have held this seat since 2018, which you have repeatedly described as a purple district, the 2nd congressional district, now going for the U.S. Senate. Opponents, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan and those who are backing her accuse you of being too moderate and not progressive enough. What is your response to that?
Well, I took a seat that had been in Republican hands for 3/4 of a century, and I made it a safe blue seat over my 4 terms in Congress. In the House, I've listened to the people that I represent, and as it turns out, it's a third Republican, a third Democrat, and a third who don't like Democrats or Republicans. As a U.S. Senator, I will do the same thing. I will listen to the people that I represent, and that includes folks in the cities, in Minneapolis and St. Paul. I'm very proud to have the endorsement of the mayor of Minneapolis, who was out kicking off door knocks with me yesterday. But I also intend to go everywhere across this great state and represent everyone. And so, what I can say is that I don't think these labels we put on ourselves anymore matter very much. It's about who you're working for. And for me, that's working on behalf of the working people of Minnesota. That's allowed me to pass 13 bills in just 8 years as a member of Congress. And that's exactly what I'll attempt to do as the next U.S. Senator.
Okay.
Again, she voted for the Laken-Riley Act. So quite a stark difference between her and progressive Peggy Flanagan, which is a great name, I think. Peggy is always a funny name. But we've got 2 great candidates here. I'll be happy with either of them. I support progressive policy. I've been uber disappointed in the progressive candidates and the way the progressive leadership has acted in recent years. So horrifically embarrassed to call myself a progressive, but I still support progressive policy like Medicare for all. That being said, in this race, I think we got 2 great candidates, and either of them will be fine. You think candidates should spend more of their time door knocking themselves? I mean, you should do it for a photo op, but no, I don't think that's the best use of a candidate's time to go door knocking. Most people don't answer the door, and you leave a flyer, and you're not debating people. You're doing customer service for voting is how I look at it. You're reminding people of the upcoming election. You're asking them if they know where to go to vote. You are making sure they're registered. That's the goal of door knocking. To me, it's not to go out there and convince people. Sometimes you see politicians do it just for for the cameras, and I think that's good. It should show that they're not afraid to get out there. But if a candidate told me I'm out there door knocking every day, I'd be like, dude, I don't think you're using your time as well as you could. I think in any case, it's good to have people from the neighborhoods out there knocking on doors who are familiar with what's going on and can chat with people about that.
We have seen, your fundraising has been pretty prodigious here, but then there's been an endorsement battle on both sides. The most recent poll I saw show you 2 running fairly neck and neck. And we've seen a lot of outside advertisements, quite a bit for, obviously a primary is people from the same party, but seems like we've been inundated with advertisements and outside spending in this race. Why do you think your race has gotten such attention?
Well, if as a member of Congress, I have worked so hard and will continue to work to end Citizens United and take the outside super PAC spending out of every race, both general elections, where Republicans have spent about $50 million over 8 years trying to take me out, and in our primary system. I think that we have some systemic failures, and the Supreme Court Citizens United ruling is one of them. Look, I think there are a number of groups outside, obviously, I can't interact with them, who believe that I am the strongest Democrat to win in November against Michelle Tafoya. And as a first priority for Minnesota, we have to hold this U.S. Senate seat. We cannot stop Donald Trump and Republicans' worst impulses, the corruption in Washington, unless we win elections. So I don't know. I have the same level of information as the lieutenant governor about who's spending in my race, but I believe that they think that I'm the best Democrat to hold this seat in November.
Okay, let's talk about some of the major.
Yeah, I like that she's taking this question head on, right? People act like AIPAC is coordinating with moderate candidates and figuring it out. It's like, dude, if somebody wants to spend money to help support me, that's their business. But that's how our system works, man. Obviously, she supports getting rid of Citizens United. There are ways to do that beyond a constitutional amendment. Ro Khanna has a bill to limit the amount that can be contributed to a PAC, similar to how we've limited the amount of money you can give to a campaign. So there are ideas out there. We just need to get the momentum behind them. And Minnesota is pretty blue, but as I said before the raid, it's not the bluest of the blue, man. It is not inconceivable that a Republican could win statewide in Minnesota at some point. I don't think we're there now, but it is not as super blue as people think. I mean, there are pockets, absolutely, but statewide, still a Midwest competitive state to some degree.
Major issues here and where you stand versus your opponent in this. And in the case of fraud with social service programs, you have accused the lieutenant governor of not taking enough accountability in her role as lieutenant governor. You've been accused then in return of just repeating GOP talking points when it comes to the response to investigating fraud.
Yeah, the lieutenant governor, who was in many of the meetings with the governor over the years, has shifted all of the blame for the fraud issues in Minnesota to the governor. And that does disturb me. It says that she cannot take any accountability for what clearly happened on her watch. And look, I'm not repeating Republican talking points. What I'm doing is previewing for Democrats just even a little bit what Republicans are going to do to the lieutenant governor if she is our U.S. Senate candidate in November. Many Republicans have said out loud that they very much prefer to run against the lieutenant governor instead of me, because they believe she has unique vulnerability as it relates to the fraud issues in Minnesota. So,
yeah, this is true. The Republicans have spent a lot of time claiming Tim Walz is responsible for the fraud. We know it's bullshit, but they've been stirring that pot for a while now. They have an investigation. They can open up investigations all they want. It doesn't mean much. I don't even know if they've issued subpoenas, but they claim to have whistleblowers, standard Republican playbook, investigations. We claim to have a whistleblower. These accusations about Tim Walz. Well, Peggy Flanagan, her opponent, is the lieutenant governor. She's a statewide official who has been in charge while this fraud is taking place. Now, the truth is, Biden and Tim Walz are the ones that broke up the fraud that happened during the pandemic. They're the ones who prosecuted all these people. They weren't enabling it. They were putting these people in prison and breaking up the fraud rings. But that's not the way Trump and MAGA is spinning it to their audience.
The lieutenant governor can try to run from the accountability, but she can't hide from it. And I think it is a responsible action on my part to preview for Democratic primary voters just what's going to happen in November if she is our candidate.
Let's talk about immigration. We've seen you out at the Whipple Federal Building doing some visits.
By the way, this race is a toss-up. Tomorrow night is the primary. The polls show that it's basically a toss-up, so nobody knows who's going to win.
Out there, we know that you have been very kind of involved in this issue here, but you have been criticized for voting for the Laken-Riley Act, have since said that you regret that vote. Tell me why you voted in favor of this to begin with and why you have a differing view now.
That's a great question. So I have heard that she's said that she regrets voting for it now. Let's see if she takes this head on. So far, I've been impressed. I'm so sick of some of these further left candidates dodging whenever they're asked about stuff. And it's so stupid, too. It's like, why did you write defund the police 6 years ago? I'm not going to engage in this distraction. I support a secure police force that can keep the community safe. It's like, okay, just answer the question, man. Please. James Tallarico has put on a clinic on how to push back on his cringy comments from years ago, and now nobody bugs him about that stuff at all. But El Sayed gets asked every time he's in front of the cameras about Hassan or his comments because he refuses to engage with them.
Well, I, along with a number of Democrats like Senators John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock and Senator Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego, look, I mean, 3 days into the Trump administration, the detention of individuals, just detention of individuals who committed crimes, certainly coming off the 2024 election, I took the vote. But as I stood in front of the Whipple Center, as I saw what Trump and Kristi Noem's ICE at the time did under Operation Metro Surge. Of course, I regret giving the Trump administration even an inch when it comes to immigration enforcement. And, I'm a big enough person to say when I got it wrong, I've done that. I wish the lieutenant governor would take some accountability on the fraud issues. But I believe that we can have both, a safe and secure border, as well as we are and can be and will continue to be a nation of immigrants. In fact, not only from a humanity perspective, but the economy of the United States and Minnesota depends on it. I head up the Ag Committee for House Democrats right now, and 40% of our farm workers in America are undocumented immigrants. And so we are incredibly reliant, and my view is that if someone has been here and paid their taxes and obeyed the law, that we ought to put them on a path to legal status in this country. And a long time ago, we should have worked to make sure that dreamers, those DACA recipients in this country, have a path to legal citizenship.
All right.
Very rare to hear someone admit that they made a mistake. I cannot recall the last time I heard a politician say that, especially so close to an election. That is unheard of. Have to see how that plays out tomorrow in the primary.
A couple of questions from viewers that we want to get to, and one kind of goes back to our initial conversation.
I'm not sure I would apologize for that either if I were her. John Ossoff hasn't apologized for it. Raphael Warnock hasn't apologized for it. I understand how it can be abused. The concern is that even if you're arrested for a low-level crime, you have to be turned over to ICE. And, innocent until proven guilty, number one. And it's just disruptive to the community if you take somebody out of it like that, who's a provider for a family, and maybe they're a mistaken identity. They're arrested. Maybe they did steal something. And it's like, well, do they deserve to get kicked out of the country for stealing some Tide detergent from Target because they couldn't afford it? I don't know. I think that's, it depends the negative impact that it has, right? Like some people would say, yes, if you commit any crime in America, even if you're suspected of it, you are a guest here, especially if you're not here in a legal way, then you're going to get tossed out of here. It's like, okay, but what if the carnage that causes to the family of that individual, what if that person was the breadwinner for a family of 4 and it causes grief and misery? What if that person was a great employee of a business and now that American-owned business is struggling? I mean, and now other Americans can't work because that guy's not there. I mean, these are the concerns.
About, you being from a kind of a purple district and being painted maybe as too moderate by some from progressives. So this question from a viewer, kind of to that point, you built your reputation on working across the aisle when possible. In today's political climate, where do you draw the line between bipartisan compromise and compromising on core principles?
Well, I don't think we can ever compromise on our core principles. And even as a member of Congress from the 2nd, I don't believe that I have. I believe that you have to know when to make a fist and fight, metaphorically speaking, the administration. And I also believe that you need to know when to extend your hand and work across the aisle. I've found some common ground on mental health and addiction issues over the past 8 years with some of my Republican colleagues. I've found some common ground on farm ag issues with some of my Republican colleagues in the Congress. And, but I don't think we can ever betray our values and our principles. And as your next U.S. Senator, I never will.
Okay. And then.
Wow. Take it to the bank. Never will compromise my principles. You got to wonder if bipartisanship is a winning message going into these midterms. A lot of people are angry at Trump, and the Republicans don't want to work with them in any way at all. But I do think what she's tapping into is the American people will vote for the Democrats to balance things out, shall we say. Like there still is, I believe, a strong thread that runs through the American people that you got one Republican, one Democrat, and they're going to work together and figure it out. And so because Republicans have been in charge of everything for the last year and a half plus, I could see quite a few people voting for Democrats to balance things out and say, well, if the Democrats control the House or the Senate, then it'll check Trump and it'll force him to do better. So maybe she's trying to tap into that. Is it true that Josiah and Pisco are officially divorcing from Destiny, and that's why there's no live and learn night? Yes, that's why there's no live and learn, because Josiah and Pisco are officially divorcing from Destiny. What does that entail, officially divorcing Destiny? Do you have to state it out loud? Do you have to sign an affidavit with a witness, a notary? Yeah, what is it? What is that? How does that work? If that was the reason Live and Learn was canceled, that would be hilarious. But no, as far as I know, some people are traveling. That's it.
Another question here.
I don't even know what's going on with that. The first I heard was people coming in here saying that Josiah has unfollowed Destiny. That's it. That's all I know. I honestly don't know much about what's going on there. I know Pisco has been accused of anti-Semitism over the last week, but I haven't seen any evidence, or I haven't followed that in any way. I'd be shocked if Pisco was proven to be an anti-Semite. So I honestly have no clue. I mean, there's so much going on with our regular politics. I usually don't have time to get into that kind of stuff. I tend to try to watch it from other people's perspective, like YouTubers or whatever. I kind of put something on in the background, but I just know Pisco's been debating the DSA thing for a week straight, hours and hours and hours, and I'm not interested in that. Have you heard him speak? Pisco? Yes, many times.
From a viewer on the topic of healthcare, obviously long been a major topic, will continue to be. So this question regarding Medicare. What is your view on Medicare for all or single payer healthcare? I believe your opponent supports this. This from.
Ooh, I support Medicare for all, but we're not going to get there anytime soon, man. Like, if you read about what we're up against to get there, it's insane. You got to win over doctors who love charging people more because of the limited supply of doctors. You got to win over the pharma industry. You got to win over private equity. You got to win over hospitals owned by private equity. I mean, it's just a giant lift to get Medicare for all. So we should just incrementally expand access and coverage of healthcare in America. I think it's the only way. Got to start with a public option. Yeah, it seems like the most likely thing, show people that, hey, you can get into Medicare without being 65, and then you're not obligated to stay at your job because you're concerned that you and your family won't have health care. I mean, how many people are out there working a job just for the benefits? I mean, that's terrible for our economy and for our community and for society. I don't want people stuck at a job because of their health insurance. That's insane. I want those people to go take a job they really like and to start a business they like. And then forget it if you're like me and you have to just buy private insurance, not through a group at your employer. You're going to get fleeced, man.
Todd in Minneapolis.
Well,
What happened to Live and Learn? It's all over. All over. Some drama.
the lieutenant governor and I both support universal health care, and that is allowing folks to have the access to the care that they need. But it also has to be affordable. I grew up in a family that didn't always have access to health insurance myself. My mom was a single mom. We lived in several trailer homes growing up. We just disagree on the details of how to get there. I believe that the next big step forward is a Medicare for all who want it, a public option in our country. I don't like a fee-for-service payment system. That's what we have in this country right now. It rewards disease. The more treatment a patient gets, the more the doctor gets paid, the more the hospital gets paid. And honestly, I think that the system itself needs reforming toward an outcomes-based or value-based system where
It's hilarious how much more cynical doctors and hospitals are than insurance companies, but they never get any slack, lol.
Right? Like, doctors are loving this current system, man, but we all suffer because they end up having $400,000 in student loans and they can't be a general practitioner in their community for, a smaller amount of money. So there's some serious problems to be worked out before we magically get Medicare for all. I think it'd be wonderful. I mean, if we got rid of private insurance and moved to Medicare for all system and we kept the cost as is right now, it would still be huge because everyone would be covered, and it would be more comprehensive in that it covers vision, dental, hearing, and nobody would be excluded. I mean, wow. I don't understand how anybody out there cannot be a supporter of universal health care. You can have your issues with Medicare for all. There's other ways to get there, but man, it'd be huge.
Destiny triggered Josiah by saying Rise of Skywalker is a dumpster fire and Empire
Wow.
Strikes Back is the best Star Wars of all time.
Is that what happened? Damn. All right. Well, I'm going to stay out of that one because I can't even weigh in. I've had sex with a woman, so I don't know anything about Star Wars. I'm sorry.
we actually reward doctors keeping people healthy. And so I'm going to continue to fight for universal health care every step of the way.
All right. And then lastly, we're down to our last 30 seconds here. The final thing, your final pitch succinctly.
Hold on. I want to hear her whole answer there again, because basically she's saying it's like, I don't want to force everybody to have Medicare. And I think that's a valid concern for people. That's why I think we need to incrementally increase access to Medicare and show people why so many people love it. I mean, everybody in America loves turning 65 so they can go get their Medicare. And then for like another $200 a month, you can get the premium package from some private insurer. And people seem quite happy on it. I mean, even the VA, like you hear complaints once in a while about the VA, but you don't hear the millions of success stories. And I think people are pretty happy with the VA. So those two examples, Medicare and VA, I mean, God forbid we expand that for all of Americans. But I don't think you're going to be able to do it in one fell swoop.
Trailer homes growing up. We just disagree on the details of how to get there. I believe that the next...
So there you go. Listen to that. We just disagree on the details on how to get there. And I think that the goal is the same, whether you support Medicare for all or you're a centrist. You want to see universal health care. You want to see comprehensive coverage in America. And my point is that imagine if everybody in America had access to a mental health care professional. I think we would see 80% of our problems disappear. I can't believe most people navigate this world without a clue on how to deal with their mental health. It's insane. Most people know you got to go to the gym. I got to eat a little better. I shouldn't eat so many carbs. I shouldn't drink regular soda. I should drink more water. I should walk. Most people have a pretty good idea of what it takes to be physically healthy. Now, doing it is a whole other story, but at least they know. Now, imagine when it comes to mental health care, nobody has a fucking clue what to do. You never hear anybody talking about how to deal with stress or how to deal with trauma or what's holding them back or how to get to the next level. Nobody has a goddamn clue, man. So I think if we had Medicare for all or universal health care, so many people would get the help they desperately need, including me. I mean, even me with private insurance, I still have to pay, if I want to see mental health professional, like $80 a session. That, you know, I could do it, but it's like, that's not affordable for most people. And, you know, you're going to have to go like twice a month, I would say, maybe once a month if you really stretch it. So I selfishly want to see universal health care in America because I want everyone else to get the help they need. God damn it. Sick of living around a bunch of crazies, you know. Mental health care. Yeah. Public option on top of private option, not instead. Yeah. I mean, start there. You know what I mean? That's basically what we have now, right? Medicare is public. And then if you want to get some more perks and things, then you sign up for a private plan. But it's still pretty cheap. Play devil's advocate here. What do we do with the saying, the devil's in the details? Sure, we all want universal care, but how do we get there? Yeah, sure. But I mean, that's why I say let's take some incremental steps towards it and figure it out as we go.
Big step forward is a Medicare for all who want it, a public option in our country. I don't like a...
Which, by the way, Abdul El-Sayed in his interviews this weekend said he would support private insurance still existing under Medicare for all. So that to me is a bit of a shift because I read his book from 2020 recently, and he does not say that keeping private insurance is in the cards. He thinks that would undermine Medicare for all in his book. But now in interviews, he's saying he could live with private insurance. So very interesting.
A fee-for-service payment system. That's what we have in this country right now. It rewards disease. The more treatment a patient gets, the more the doctor gets paid, the more the hospital gets paid. And honestly, I think that the system itself needs reforming toward an outcomes-based or value-based system where we actually reward doctors keeping people healthy. And so I'm going to continue to fight for universal health care every step of the way.
All right.
By the way, the way to sell Medicare for all is to talk about the details. So how do we pay for it? Well, according to Bernie's plan, if I'm not mistaken, businesses that have less than $1 million in revenue would not pay any tax on it. I'm pretty sure that, or it would stay at where it's at right now. And if you have over $1 million in revenue, you would be paying more taxes for Medicare. I think we should be highlighting stuff like that, especially if you're a supporter of Medicare for all, right? Like, as somebody who's run small businesses for most of my adult life that never made $1 million in revenue in a year, then that would be huge to not have to be involved with funding Medicare for all. I mean, that's a progressive tax right there. That's great. And I think also taxes would not increase, and they might even go down on family and households that have less than $80,000, which is like the average for a lot of families out there. So these details that are like in Bernie's plan should be highlighted in order to get people on board. I mean, if you just go out, I have this thing that I call selfish politics, where if you just try to appeal to altruism and tell people, you know, we shouldn't have homeless people and everybody deserves health care, I don't really think you win people over with that, because it's not personal. Like, voting is a bit of an effort and annoying to do. So I think you have to show people how it will personally impact their lives. And that's why I explained that I selfishly want Medicare for all, not only to save me money, but also because I want the nut jobs out there to get the mental health care that they so desperately need. But also, when it comes to the homeless, I'm not homeless, so why would I give a shit about the homeless? It's like, oh, come on, that's not cool, bro. Like, the homeless are just like us. That's true, but most of us do not give a shit about the homeless. We walk right by them. We don't really care that they're out there. You know, I'm sure some people will recoil at me saying this, but you know that I'm saying in general, like, we accept that there are homeless people. But if you sold it to people as, hey, man, don't you want to be able to have your kids play in the park, and don't you want to reclaim those sidewalks, or, we're missing out on employees, and these people could be contributing to our economy, and then we'd have a higher tax base and we wouldn't have to contribute as much. Like, if you got those 700,000 people off the streets, we could actually lower your local taxes. I mean, really got to sell this stuff to people and show them how this is going to improve their lives. And hey, if that sounds selfish, then it is what it is. I feel like all politics are selfish in the end. Most people just don't want to admit that they're being selfish with their positions.
And then lastly, we're down to our last 30 seconds here. The final thing, your final pitch succinctly. Finish this sentence. I want to be your next U.S. Senator from Minnesota because.
Because I'm an experienced fighter who can also take on the Trump administration when I need to head on, as well as get things done for the people of Minnesota.
Congresswoman Angie Craig, thank you for taking time today ahead of next week's primary.
All right. So now you guys are a little more informed on tomorrow's big race in Minnesota. Not a lot of people talking about it, but this is a big primary. It's progressives versus moderates. So we'll be keeping an eye on this tomorrow, along with the Wisconsin race. Angie Craig, she's a congresswoman right now. I got some good ones here lined up for you guys. Total rage bait. I haven't seen this interview with the DSA nut job on New Yorker Radio Hour. That should be fun. I also have this. I don't know what's going on here, but this guy went out and interviewed some Francesca Hong supporters. What is the devil over Trump? I don't even know what that means. Oh, this guy's saying he'd vote for the devil over Trump. Inside the state voting for the first socialist governor. I think we've got a budding Nick Shirley here. Who the hell is Nate Friedman with 445,000 subs? I never even heard of this guy before. You guys know who this is? I've never seen him. This guy would rather have the devil than Donald Trump. DSA Shirley? I don't think he's a socialist. Who are these people? It's probably all astroturfed like Benny Johnson and his 6 million subscribers, even though he gets 10,000 views on a video. Live and Learn canceled? Yeah, it's some drama. Big drama.
Do you support Hong or Tiffany? I support Francesca Hong. Do you think that?
All right, we found a freak. Let's go. Who's this? Who's this guy? I like it. I like his style. Oh boy, here we go. Classic conservative playbook. Go out to an event and find the weirdest people and pretend that they represent everyone there. This guy is the Democratic Party right here. This is your average Democrat. Yeah, lovely blouse, vegan, hates the Democrats. I already know this guy's politics without knowing a single thing about him. You guys don't get fashion? Yeah, this is peak fashion right here. None of you could handle this. I wish Hassan would dress like this. That'd be funny. He always tries to be fashionable. Why doesn't he wear this?
We should open the border. Absolutely.
In the restaurant industry, when we're out of something, we say it's 86th. And I'd say it's about fucking time we 86 Trump.
Oh my God. She said it. Holy base. Now, Francesca Hong is not endorsed by Bernie or AOC. And I am amazed. I am shocked at that. I was watching interviews this weekend with both of them. They are basically
2016
trashing her.
strategy all over again.
Yep.
Ridiculous. Just ignore the pillaging of our country and vote Republican.
Yep. It's the old playbook, man. If it ain't broke, why fix it? So what is going on with Bernie and AOC not endorsing Francesca Hong? I know people will say she's nuts and they don't want her to win because she's bad, but she is one of the biggest faces of the DSA movement in America right now. How can they just leave her out there to figure it out on her own? I mean, it to me, and I hate to say this because I like AOC, but it shows poor leadership from AOC and Bernie. I don't get it. Why are they not endorsing it, helping her? She represents their movement to some degree. Bernie Sanders gave a whole 40-minute speech about democratic socialism. AOC's been a member of the DSA since 2018, and they're letting this woman just flounder. Makes no sense to me, man.
to Wisconsin for the most important governor's race in our country's history. And why? Francesca Hong is a socialist, and as of right now, she has a 97% chance of winning the Democrat nomination on August 11th. Hong wants to abolish prisons, abolish ICE, and build government-run grocery stores. And this is her campaigning with Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. Sound familiar? She would become the most powerful member of the Democrat Socialists of America, a group that wants to abolish the Senate, the presidency.
Okay, replace.
Yes, she would be arguably the most powerful Democratic Socialist in America. Literally, she would be the governor of a swing state. Right now, they've got some members in Congress, but that's out of like 220 Democrats. There's 215 Democrats in the House right now. So that is not as powerful as being the sole executive of a state, especially a swing state. And yet they are not endorsing her. They aren't getting behind her. They're just letting her fail on her own. I do not understand it. Seems like it. And then they won't even be honest about it, which really pisses me off, man. And I hate to say it about AOC and Bernie, but they're lying to us. I cannot believe these words are coming out of my mouth, but they did yesterday when I was watching the Sunday shows. Bernie and AOC are full of shit when it comes to why they're not endorsing Francesca Hong, who's running for governor in Wisconsin and is ahead in the polls by like 20 points. Bernie said, we don't normally endorse governors. We just focus on the Senate and Congress. And then in the same breath, he said, though I did make an exception for Troy Jackson when he ran for governor in June in Maine, which is true. He endorsed Troy Jackson as a candidate for governor in Maine. He came in third place, and now he's replaced Graham Plattner as the U.S. Senate candidate. So Bernie himself acknowledging that he does endorse in governor races. And he said, I haven't had time to look into it. Like, bullshit, Bernie. What are you working on? Dog catcher in some random city in America? Like, what are you talking about? This is the marquee Democratic Socialists of America race in America right now. So he's just lying, man. Oh, I don't know about a race. I haven't looked into it. I usually don't endorse. And then AOC said the same bullshit on Face the Nation. No, on This Week, ABC News' Sunday show. She was asked about if she's going to endorse, and she said, no, I don't normally get involved in state races. And then she also talked about how she did endorse in her own state for the state assembly just recently. So both of them full of shit, lying. And I have to point it out because it's so disrespectful to abuse your supporters and audience like that by lying. I'm just shocked that they would do that. Like, why not just say, we think she's a weak candidate. We don't think she's serious. And we don't want to be associated with her. She does not represent Democratic socialism. Why not just throw her under the bus? Instead, they're like playing coy and just kind of, that's not usually what we do. We're not involved in those kind of races. Oh, bullshit, man. You're just going to let this woman suffer. Okay. Thank you, Steele Manning. Appreciate you waltzing over from DGG to say that. That's cool. What's the real reason they aren't endorsing her? Your guess is as good as mine. I think they believe she's a weak candidate and that she's going to embarrass Democratic socialism. I think they must think that she's not actually that far ahead in the polls. I mean, why would you pass on getting behind somebody who's up 20% on the other candidates in a primary who could be the biggest face of DSA in America for the next couple of years? Like, what are you doing? So something's going on there. I don't know.
The presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them. Yep.
And extend voting rights to non-citizens. So let's see if people are voting for what could be our first socialist governor or the Republican Tom Tiffany. I've asked over 1,000 people who they're voting for on this channel, and I assure you the responses in this video make it the craziest voting episode ever. Welcome to Wisconsin, and welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show.
I've been fucking with Hong, to be honest.
Got you. And why Hong?
You know, I feel like she's just been part of a shift in the Democratic Party that I've been fucking with. Like Mamdani winning and Abdul El-Sayed winning in the primary in Michigan right now is just like great examples of these establishment Democrats not getting what they want anymore.
Absolutely. I think people
Holy buzzword city, man. We really got to start pushing back on this establishment Democrats thing. People are getting away with murder on that one, man. Like, what does that mean? Who's an establishment Democrat? I gave this speech a little earlier in the stream. Like, what does that mean, establishment Democrat? Bernie's been there for decades. Is he establishment? What about Senator Van Hollen, who a lot of leftists and progressives are floating as a replacement for Chuck Schumer as leader of the Dems in the Senate? He's been there for years. What about Chris Murphy? You know, we could go down the list of all sorts of people that they think are awesome. What about AOC? She's been there for 8 years. Is she establishment? I don't get it. What makes somebody establishment? And we just kind of nod along like, yep, true.
They mean IPAC funded Democrat. That's really what I see it meaning, but I'm only guessing.
Well, then they could use a different word. I don't know how anybody would connect the dots between AIPAC and establishment, you know? So I think we start pushing back on this stuff, man. What do you mean establishment Democrat? What does that mean? And start challenging people on this stuff. Any Democrat they don't like equals establishment. Yeah, pretty much, right? But nobody wants to sound stupid. And honestly, that's why I think Democratic Socialists of America has gotten popular. There's a CNN poll that shows 1/3 of Democrats identify as a Democratic Socialist. Bullshit. Bullshit. That tells me 1/3 of Democrats don't know what a Democratic Socialist is. And it's an aesthetic. It's just, I'm not happy with the current status quo, so I'm going to get behind people that are rabble-rousing. I've heard about this thing called Democratic Socialism. It seems to freak some people out, so I'm just going to claim I am that in order to be a rebel, in order to sound cool. And then the sad thing is nobody wants to sound stupid, so they don't want to say, what's a Democratic Socialist? They just go, oh, yeah, me too, man. I'm a Democratic Socialist, like Keith Shirley, where they just roll up to the DSA meeting to have drinks and then tell you that nobody there believes in any of the crazy stuff, dude. They're all just there to party and hang out. And I think they are. I think DSA meetings are just full of Keith Shirleys who just want to have fun and drink and meet hotties. That's it. They're hoping to finger bang somebody in the parking lot afterwards, you know? And it's like, I'm DSA, bro. What do you mean? What's DSA? It's like, you know, just fighting to make life more affordable. That's not DSA. DSA is like abolishing prisons and the border. I'm not down with that, bro. What do you mean? No, bro. I don't want to see that. It's like, okay, well, why are you a Democratic Socialist? Because they're like active and like, you know, they're just like fighting for stuff. Okay, cool. All right. This is why I'm not scared of the DSA people, because they're as soon as they start trying to implement some of this shit, people will be like, whoa, wait, what is it? What are you doing? We want to get rid of the police? Nah, I'm good. I like the police.
People get scared of socialism and they don't know what it really is. So I think it's important to discuss actual examples. So Hong, she wants to have government-run grocery stores similar to Mamdani. Does that excite you? Are you pumped for that? Or what are your thoughts on it?
I actually have no idea what that means.
After explaining to him.
Oh, there you go. Well, at least he said it. I got no idea what that means. Yeah. Cool, bro. I support it, though. Sounds good. I think these public grocery stores are going to be a disaster. You're going to see long lines. First of all, who's going to travel to save like $2 on grocery items? I doubt people will like take the train for an hour and a bus to go buy groceries. But I think they'll quickly sell out of everything and they'll limit the number of people and there'll be long lines. And it just sounds like a mess. But we'll see. We'll see.
Him what government-run grocery stores were.
Like, why not just reach out to all the grocery stores and come up with some sort of program to work with the local government to help people or something? I don't know. I guess that's basically SNAP benefits.
This was his response.
What worries Republicans, from what I've heard from the other side, is that they feel that the government, that the taxpayer will have to bail them out because the government-run grocery store won't be able to make money with the products being so cheap. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah.
I think my first concern is just like the, and you know, I didn't study government or anything.
Yeah.
I was a fucking comm major. But
yeah.
So, you know.
Sure.
Listen up, an idiot is speaking, but I think my first thought is like the government is corrupt.
Yeah.
So like I think like on paper government-run grocery store sounds great because, like, I personally don't think things like toothpaste and food should be like, you know, it's kind of like medicine. There's definitely an argument to be made that it's fucked up to be making profit off of something that people need to survive.
Do you support Hong?
That I get behind that. So like he's starting to like deal with the concerns, you know. It's good.
It's insane to me how there's no big box grocery stores in NYC. I just recently learned about this.
I don't remember that being true. I lived in New York City from 2001 to 2013.
What's the real problem with DSA fundamentally? Optics, or some of them voting third party or not voting in existential elections while claiming some kind of superior moralism?
Well, the problem is their policies are nuts. That's the problem. And they're undermining the Democratic Party by dragging the rest of the party down when they don't even stand for their own policies. So that's the concern. And like they don't support this, like, you know, they're against a lot of the things that are happening here. That's the stated goal, though. Yeah, I mean, like, they want to see an end to the two-party system. They want to see capitalism end, you know? Like, I don't know, man. I don't think that they just want to democratize the workplace and have workers more involved, which I'm not even convinced workers want to be more involved. They just want to get paid a decent salary and go home on the weekends and not have to drive Uber Eats, man. Like, I don't think people are asking for much, you know? Were you near New York City on 9/11? I was. I moved to New York City in August of 2001, so I was there on 9/11, and I heard one of the planes hit. I probably heard them both. I thought it was thunder because I lived in Brooklyn across the water from the towers. I could see them from my apartment, and I remember hearing some sort of thunder sound and then got in the shower, and I came out and saw on the TV that the towers were on fire, and I looked out the window and saw the smoke on the towers a couple miles away. And it was a clear day. So I was like, holy shit, I heard one of the planes hit, at least one of them. And then obviously I dealt with all that, saw it firsthand how the city shut down and all that. But the reason I brought up living in New York City is somebody said that there's no box stores in New York City. I remember going to huge grocery stores when I lived in New York City. So I don't know.
Or Tiffany?
I support Francesca Hong.
And why so?
She wants to get ICE out. And, like, all
Look at this guy. He knows he hit pay dirt with this person he's interviewing.
her, well, there's so many different policies. That, like, I consider myself to be a leftist, and I think there needs to...
Oh, you didn't have to tell us that, bro. We know, we get it. We saw that coming a mile away. Saw that coming a mile away. No shot. I'm breathing air right now.
To be a huge change in how we view our politics in Wisconsin and the entire state. I think she will bring us in the right direction.
Absolutely. And I feel like we're seeing a wave of socialism across the country. I'm from New York, and we voted Mamdani in. So we really want to hear from, well, we would say the new face of the Democrat Party. So what would be your message to the Democrats who are worried about their party going towards socialism?
Don't be worried that we're going to head towards communism, because it's the United States. That's never going to happen realistically. And like, we're headed towards fascism right now. So what's worse, like socialism or fascism?
Right. And we always ask for both sides. So Republicans, they get worried when they hear ICE out. They don't know what it should be replaced with. What do you think it should be replaced with?
Oh, here we go. Based.
After ICE is out.
Nothing.
Now, there you go. Nothing. There it is. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, come on. Everybody knows abolish ICE means return their duties to the Department of Justice before DHS was created. Come on.
What's worse, being sent to the camps or gulags?
That's an unfair choice. The stoner laugh. Nothing. We're just going to let child rapists go free. You know, they'll figure it out. Holy shit, man. This is why abolish ICE is a terrible slogan, man. Well, no, everybody knows that you will not get rid of the federal force that deals with violent criminals doing coordinated pinpoint raids with state and local officials to get people that are here illegally and have committed crimes out. Of course, everybody knows that. Is the interviewer Democrat? I think he's Republican. He's hiding his power level.
Honestly, I think no human is illegal. Like, we should just have better policies and make it available for anyone to come into the country who needs to.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, buddy, but we have violent people here who are not here legally, and like under Biden, we should have targeted pinpoint raids with state, local, and federal officials. You don't want to go down this road, man. Now, I'm all for expanding legal immigration so that people don't come here illegally, right? Like, we need to draw these red lines as the Democratic Party. We do not support a single goddamn person coming here illegally, period. I don't know about you guys. I do not endorse anyone coming to this country illegally. I accept that there are millions of people here illegally that are just contributing, aren't hurting anybody, are helping us dramatically. They are enriching American businesses. They are allowing you and I to live a better life. And I am thrilled that they're here. But I do not support somebody coming here illegally. That's not a position we or the Democrats have. We accept that our immigration laws haven't been updated in decades and are not addressing our modern day problems with immigrants trying to come here just to make our lives and their lives better. So we should update our laws so that we can allow like 3 times the number of people to come in legally. But we should let people know we do not support illegal immigration. I don't know any Democrats who support illegal immigration. I don't know any Democrats in elected office that support illegal immigration, meaning coming here illegally. Now, tolerance of people that are already here and not hurting anybody is totally different. Doesn't mean that, I'm not weighing in on what we should do about it, okay? That's totally different. I don't support people speeding on the freeway. I think you should drive the speed limit. There's a reason why the speed limit's there, but I understand and I tolerate people going over. In fact, I go over it, We all get where we want to go faster, but I get it, man. Need more asylum judges. Yeah, like we have actual solutions to deal with the influx of people and all the people that are here undocumented. I say let them all go down to a federal building and identify themselves. We would solve the problem in one fell swoop. 99.9% of undocumented people would come out of the shadows, go down to a federal building, fill out some paperwork, have someone vouch for them, like an employer or a landlord, and pay some extra taxes or a fine over time in order to stay here legally. And boy, you would see new businesses crop up. You would see people advancing careers, going to college. You would see crime go down. You would see huge change in society, and it would be awesome. And people say, well, that happened under Reagan, and mass amnesty just led to more immigration problems. Like, yeah, but the border's completely closed right now. The border is not open. Nobody's coming in. Nobody even wants to come in right now. So that's not a concern. And we should couple mass amnesty with new laws that regulate how many people can come in. Biden proposed a, what do you call it? Like a kill switch. When a certain number of people start coming across the border over a certain number of days, it shuts down. Boom. Nobody's coming in. That it seems like a reasonable solution to huge waves of people coming over in the last couple of decades.
Do you think that we should open the border?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, so in New York, I heard from a guy who said that he was worried about opening the border because he said that criminals from other countries could come in. What would be your response to him?
I mean, they already do. Then they don't use the border. Like they'll just find a way around. But I feel like they are just as worried about our criminals heading into their countries at this point. So,
and what gets you excited about Francesca Hong? So I was reading up a little bit about her, of course, before we did this, and she wants to do government-run grocery stores, but she also has an interesting policy where she wants to have a state-owned bank.
Yeah.
And
These MAGA people are such idiots. I would love to debate one of them on what's wrong with the public-private grocery store. You tell me. Go ahead. His argument a few minutes ago was the government's going to have to come in and bail it out because it's not going to make any money. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. They're already helping run it, idiot. They're subsidizing the prices so it's cheaper. Like, what are you talking about? They're going to have to save it because it's not profitable. So stupid. They're already involved. They're already subsidizing it.
Also, community-run hospitals.
I guarantee they sell out of everything too, right? Like, Aldi's been popping off, and that's like the fastest growing grocery chain in America because they found a way to make stuff cheaper by just bringing in pallets of shit, and you get whatever's available. I'm sure this place would sell out too if you had some sort of subsidized prices that were cheaper. It would be like the commissary on military base. I don't know what that's like. You should debate this guy. Ask him if that's his real accent.
So if a hospital wants to sell, a community could run it. Is there some policy that you're most passionate about?
I mean, the hospital is one of my greatest things because that's a start to universal health care.
Yeah.
It easily there are so many people that need health care that aren't able to afford it.
Yeah.
And that would just open up. It would help so many people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, is there anything else that you'd like to share about your generation and how you're feeling in this country? Anything that you're dissatisfied with or satisfied with even?
I'm sorry, I'm really fucking high right now.
No,
I can't
all
think
good. Absolutely.
like that. Welcome to Pack.
Holy shit, man. Oh my God. Now remember, this is selective editing. I guarantee that person does not represent the masses. They found the one freak and got him on camera to say crazy things. I'm not even convinced that these are just random people either, right? Like, hey man, we're going to pay you to say this shit and just wear this outfit,
Thanks for asking people who they support. Could we ask you?
All I know is who I don't support.
Okay, tell us.
Viet Cong.
Yeah.
Wow. Just straight to the racism. This guy's loving it. He's giggling up a storm. I think I'd like to say he's high and giggling, but he's just high on racism.
Fucking communist piece of shit.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I don't support the Democrat Socialists of America. Fuck them. If you think communism is so good, move to Havana, move to Pyongyang, or move to...
as capitalism. It isn't. It's cronyism and oligopoly and communist, with Trump extorting ownership of U.S. companies and invoking the DPA. Wouldn't we be against it defined that way?
Oh, I think capitalism is alive and well. This is definitely not its greatest moment, but there's still plenty of opportunity out there. It's not all rigged. Definitely needs some work though, sure. And I do feel for young people who feel like they can't get anywhere. They got student loans, they got credit cards, they can't buy a house till they're 40, they have medical debt. It's not easy. Government hasn't helped them much.
Caracas, Venezuela. I'll pay for your fucking airfare, but you got to renounce your American citizenship. You can't come back.
You see, I would just like to ask this guy, what is communism? What are you so scared of, bro? Like, what do you think these people support, man?
I'll pay for that, too. Okay. Get out of the country. These young people are fucking so full of shit. And so is your mayor in Chicago, Brendan Johnson. That piece of shit. These goddamn...
Yeah, imagine being this angry, dude. This is why I want Medicare for all, so this guy can get the mental health care that he desperately needs, right? Imagine being this upset at anything in life. Like, what? This is why I quit playing League of Legends. This is how upset I would get. I wouldn't say racist things, but I would call teenagers scum of the earth. And why are you playing this game, you fucking bot? Can you please play with your hands and not roll your face on the keyboard, Lux? What the hell? You got to quit stuff that makes you angry.
Pieces of shit politicians. That's what I think.
So, sir, we just spoke to some young people.
They're full of shit, these kids today. They don't even know what communism is.
They said that you don't have to be worried about socialism.
Oh, no, okay, yeah. Look at the mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. That guy. I mean,
Okay, what about him?
this country's going to shit, dude.
Yeah.
I got my good years in. I'm 67 years old, and I got my good years in. So,
I mean, you look 50. I think
yeah,
67. I know. So you work out all the time,
of
right?
course,
Yeah.
take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And you'll look like me if the world doesn't destroy itself.
A lot of these young people, they haven't seen socialism, right?
They don't know what it is.
And I spoke to a young person who said, let's open the borders. What is your
No.
response to opening the borders?
Ridiculous. I'm all for legal immigration, controlled legal immigration. We're opposed to, I'm a freedom and liberty guy. We're opposed to illegal immigration.
See, he thinks the Democrats support illegal immigration. We don't. The fact that this guy can be so passionate about this position and so wrong about the Democratic Party is, I take it as our fault, because we don't say it. We're like afraid of offending 6 people and like, well, you know,
I love hot dogs.
We shouldn't say that. We shouldn't say this. Everyone loves hot dogs, man. Imagine being this angry selling people hot dogs. It's like being angry selling cotton candy at the fair. Like, you're making people thrilled, man. D-Band, thanks for the 100 bits.
Follow our laws and procedures. They're not that hard to follow.
They say no human is illegal.
Fine, but we have laws. That's what a country, borders, language, culture. You don't want to respect that? Go somewhere else. Go to Canada. How about that? Follow our laws and our procedures. They're not that hard to follow.
You got real guts to really,
yeah. So I tell it like it is. Want to hear the truth? That's the truth. Well, a lot of people are afraid to say it.
Okay, so who do you support? Do you support Hong or the Republican for governor?
Hong, no, absolutely.
Hong?
Yeah.
And why Hong?
I don't support anybody that's going to back Trump, that has Trump philosophies at all, period.
Yeah.
You could be the devil. As long as you're not supporting Trump, I'll support you.
Yeah.
I just that much anti-Trump, that's all.
Oh, he's infected with TDS. That's what they're going to say. He's just a Trump hater. Well, I think it's justified at this point. If your politics is I hate
Wish
Trump.
we could see how Mr. Hot Dog Vendor likes his Medicare.
Yeah, right? He likes his little socialist medicine. If your politics are I hate Trump and that's what motivates you right now, I totally understand that, and I think that's valid. Though I doubt this guy is only about hating on Trump, right? But I don't blame people, man. Trump is screwing everything up. He started a war in Iran for no reason. He's made Iran into a superpower. They're going to get everything they want, and we've paid the price with higher gas and goods, and his tariffs have cost all of us over $1,100. His big, beautiful bill saved people $300. They got eaten up immediately by all his bullshit. He's hiding the Epstein files. He's fixated on 6-year-old elections that he lost. He's a liar. I mean, just a terrible dude, man. Breaking our laws, challenging all our norms, causing division, breaking up families, ripping off his own supporters with his crypto stuff. I mean, on and on and on and on. So I don't blame people for being motivated by Trump derangement syndrome at this point.
But no, I mean, she's got some really good things. She's got some good ideas. I saw this today. She was talking about maybe taking back money from private schools and putting them back into public schools.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to throw a lot of smoke her way. I don't know if I would start off with that, but either way,
Yeah,
she's
absolutely.
off to change things. Yeah.
I know that like a lot of people, like the country's quite divided on socialism. They're worried about the country turning to socialism. Are you worried about it, or not so much?
That's crazy because we're all in socialism right now. We have a fire department that works, that we pay taxes for, that comes and put out your fire, the police, sanitation, roads, everything. It's all part of socialists. Okay,
Yeah.
we're a socialist society. Yeah.
What is your message to the folks the Democrats who don't want to vote for a socialist, but they're afraid to vote Republican, right? How do you get them on your side?
Where would you rather send your tax dollars to? Would you rather send your tax dollars to the rich the wealthy, or would you rather take your tax dollars and put them back into services that you and your family can use every day? That's your choice.
Absolutely. Have you heard about the government-run grocery stores that she wants to do?
No, but I know the mayor in New York has done that.
Yeah, where I'm from. What do you think about this?
I think that there's a lot of neighborhoods that need that. I mean, if you go into some urban areas here, it's a food desert out there. There's no grocery stores. I mean, there's just little convenience stores that serve garbage food. So yeah, that's absolutely needed here.
Yeah, I know that Republicans are always saying, well, they're going to lose money. They're going to lose the taxpayers' money. Like these guys, they're always freaking out about that because the government-run grocery stores, what they say is that we're going to lower the prices. And if they lower the prices, the Republicans say they won't be able to make money and the taxpayers won't.
Who cares if they make money? They're not trying to make money. They're trying to have a more healthy populace, moron. This isn't about making money. That's the whole point of the government getting involved. Like, these people are screwed. Imagine going to a deli every day to get your dinner or something, or having to eat a meal from a deli once in a while because there's no grocery store. I mean, all you have are fast food places. That's the point, as this guy brought up. It's not to compete with the private grocery stores because they're ripping people off. The goal is to give people access to healthy food. Having a Dollar Tree be your only shopping center, yeah. I've seen those neighborhoods, man. They're out there.
Idiots can't understand anything but profiting off of everything, even sickness and death.
Yeah, like maybe the goal isn't to make money, and they're okay losing money. I mean, God forbid.
To bail them out, you know.
So, I would rather waste my tax dollars on feeding someone than waste my tax dollars on bombing some country, people that I don't know and I don't have a beef with. Where do you want your money to go to? In bombs or food?
Right.
It's an easy choice.
Who are you for?
My guy was just here. My guy Hassan Piker was just here.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Well, according to AOC, he's apologized for that. Did you guys know that? Again, I don't think AOC's lying, but I think she is confused and misheard something because I've never seen Hassan apologize for those comments. The closest I've seen is when Cenk scolded him for saying that on TYT, and he said that English is not his first language, and he didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. He said America deserved 9/11, and that English is his second language, so there might be a problem with it. That's about all I've seen. No, he ain't apologized for shit. Yeah, I feel like we would have seen the clip. I think he's acknowledged that it wasn't the smartest thing to say, but he recently hung a newspaper that shows September 11th behind him. So I don't think he is changing his position on that in any way. I think he's one of these people who's sorry he got caught and sorry it's caused problems, but he doesn't apologize for it, right? Sorry that hurt your feelings kind of thing.
I don't know if I can't go Republican at all.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess I would have to lean more towards Hong.
Yeah. And why can you not go Republican?
I just can't. I got to see a regime change right now, you know? So got to see something new.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be good, but I got to see something new.
Yeah.
You know?
See, this to me is 98% of DSA candidate voters. 98% of people who voted for a DSA candidate, this is it. I don't know what they're up to. I doubt they'll do anything crazy, but something's got to change, man. This isn't working, right? Like, life's getting more expensive. Things aren't getting fixed. And these guys are claiming that there's something a little different. That's fine. Let's go. I'm telling you, most people have no clue what democratic socialism is. Don't give a shit. They just see someone energetic, talking big ideas, who says, I'm not that, the existing thing. Vote for me.
We're hearing that more across the country. Let's say if it had to be a Republican, like, what would you want them to do? You know?
Stop taking money from AIPAC. That's what I do.
Yeah. No. I mean, if you're joking, sure, but we want to hear people's actual thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, just like honestly, I don't know what I would want to see from like any politician. I would just want to see more honesty and more transparency. I think that's what all Americans are asking.
I know Hong said something. We're asking people about her statements when they say they're supporting. She said that the police stand to withhold white supremacy. Do you feel that is true?
I feel like a lot of people feel like they don't support white supremacy, but they don't do a good job of, getting rid of it and being adamant about it not existing.
Do you think it's still running rampant here?
White supremacy?
Yeah.
Always. That's what the country was built off of, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy, I'm assuming he's a right-winger because the way he's framed this video, he thinks he's cooking with his guest here. This guest just being honest, like, yeah, dude, well, look around, man.
She mentioned she's part of a network called the Democrat Socialists of America that wants to abolish the presidency and abolish the Senate. Are you up for that sort of change?
Sometimes I think people say outlandish things when they're trying to get elected. Do I think it's doable? Yeah. No. Do I like the idea and the premise of it? Yeah, I think it's like along the right path. Like, do I think that's going to be accomplished? No, not at all. But there is some stuff like where maybe the president has too much power or we're leaning too much on politics when we can just do the right thing. So,
so abolishing the legislative branch would help with that, dude? I don't think so. But again, this is very insightful in the sense that, like, this is the decision making behind voting for Democratic Socialists, right? Complete misunderstanding of our government, how it works, what's going on, what could happen, what is possible, right? But nobody wants to sound dumb, so they just say whatever. Ray-Ban glasses, cam view is ass. Yeah.
Get where the idea is coming from.
For sure. I know Syed, last thing is he said he wants to erase all medical debt in this country and do Medicare for all. Is that something you would like?
Yeah, but it's, I just like doable things. Do I think that's doable? Like, I've never seen that done before. Yeah. So I like, it's like when somebody's going for class president and they say they're going to put a vending machine in every hallway. They're just like, it sounds good during the presidency, but it's just like, everybody says everything during the election, but what happens when you're elected?
It's funny, you sound like a lot of Republicans that I interview, but you're against Republicans.
Yeah.
What makes you call it a regime? What makes you very against Republicans?
I think I'm kind of very against politics. I'm very against people meeting up on the Hill and they discuss the lives of us when they live different lives. Yeah. They discuss it, they go back and forth, they argue, and then they go have lunch together. Okay. And their kids play together, and it's kind of like a game to them. And they're the ones that's making decisions for us. Yeah. And obviously we got to do a better job of making sure we get the right people in office. But you don't see a Democrat pushing racism. I'd say that, and that's like the bar where you start at. And some Republicans, they don't debunk race. They don't shame racists. They don't come out and just be like, we shouldn't do that. They're just quiet about it. So that's my problem with some Republicans. So I'm not a Democrat per se, but
I know Republicans call
So I don't mind his description of what goes on Capitol Hill, but it shows how people don't know how it works, right? People don't know what Congress does. They don't know, like, God forbid our elected officials go and meet up and have lunch and talk about how to fix our problems, right? That's the whole point. That's what we want. But there's some structural problems like gerrymandering. The House is capped for 100 years. Disproportionate representation in the Senate. Citizens United. We got these things that are causing the system not to work as it was designed. But I get why people are just kind of fed up. Like, hey, man, it's just not working. I don't need to know what's going on there. It's just not working. So an outsider saying, I'm going to shake it all up and be different is appealing to people. But there's no reason the Democrats can't tap into that and reframe what's going on and help people understand and get some more charismatic leaders who can connect with people and reach out to certain communities and just kind of show people how we can do a lot with this current system, but you got to get involved. You got to understand what's going on. I mean, that's kind of what I try to do, is make this stuff more entertaining, more accessible, so people understand it and then see opportunity and don't feel as down in the dumps like this guy who's just convinced that they all suck and they're useless and they're just corrupt and wasting our money and time. But this guy's pretty average.
Racism, they say, is anti-white. What is your response to that?
Shit. If it's anti-white, then I guess it kind of evens out, because it's kind of been anti-minority for a while now. So if they want to call it anti-white, then yeah, probably is. So what?
At first, when I asked him what he didn't like about Republicans, I thought he didn't answer the question when he responded with, "I'm very against politics." And after giving it more thought, I realized he did answer the question. In 2016, Trump was the anti-establishment candidate, and now the anti-establishment candidates are more on the socialist left, people like Mamdani, El-Sayed, and now Hong. These candidates are succeeding for the same reasons Trump did, just with opposite beliefs.
We have a lot of internal reckoning to do, but that it's important to see it through the lens of toxic white supremacy culture that is ingrained in this country's history. I did marry my proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean, and I think navigating, what his identity is and how people perceive him is always at the back of my mind.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. Yep. I don't want
This poor person, man. Like she accidentally ended up in this position, and the fact that Bernie and AOC will not support her or endorse her is so damning. And yet they think that they can just allow her to fail and it won't impact their movement. Shocking to me.
to cancel it. I actually love it.
Now I'm off to a
Wow. Now she loves Thanksgiving.
Suburb 30 minutes north of Milwaukee called Cedarburg. I've come here because I was only able to find one conservative in Milwaukee, and I always want to hear both sides, so here we are.
Okay, I just had to say something. So we're in Cedarburg, and it's just so calming and nice. I mean, I spend 99% of my time in cities, and I get why people live in places like this. It's just quiet, it's calm, there's American flags everywhere. So we'll see what people think out here. Let's do this. Not Hong.
Way too liberal.
And so we've heard from a lot of people in Milwaukee that they support Hong. What makes you not support her?
She just has positions that are too extreme. The country's not ready for them. Trying to go from what we do today to what she wants, where she wants to take us. She'd never get that done in her lifetime, let alone a gubernatorial term.
Right.
So it's not going to work, and it's the wrong direction.
Yeah. I don't know if you have children, but a lot of these people, they're young and they think like socialism is gonna fix a lot of issues. Like, do you think that they're naive, or what is your perspective on young people becoming socialists?
I completely get the cry for change and even radical change, because incremental change doesn't seem to be changing things very much.
Yeah.
But like I say, the extreme left positions of eliminating the Senate and the House of Representatives and prisons and daycare for all and Medicare for all, and a free for all. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I know it appeals to people, but it's
Right.
naive. You use the right word.
It's naive. Well, I think universal child care would be huge. We have a huge lack of supply and need, and again, you got to sell this stuff in a better way. It's not just free daycare for all, right? We want to allow women to not have to stay home and disrupt their career, and so they can contribute to the economy and help all of us. We want to see more people having families because we think it connects them to their community and it helps America and it helps our future. So we're not as dependent upon immigrants to come here. So if you do that, you got to address why people aren't having families, and cost has a lot to do with it. And the cost is high for childcare because of a lack of supply. So if the government got involved, then they could help produce more childcare facilities and more people would have families and more women would be able to contribute to the economy and help all of us. You got to sell it to people, but then morons like this guy just think you're trying to give away childcare so people can have 10 kids and just hang out at Starbucks all day long and write poetry and have a place to dump their kids. I mean, it's so stupid. Like, everything the Democratic Party stands for is to improve everyone's lives. It is not to give away stuff for fun. Like, even when we have policy to put money in the hands of people, like pilot programs of $50 or $500 a month that you hear about in places like Stockton, California, that stuff is to improve the entire community and all of our lives. It's not just give people free stuff. It's just completely an idiotic point of view. You need to become a messaging director for the DNC. I've applied for a job at the DNC that involved connecting new content creators to electeds. I didn't get an interview. And I have asked some of my contacts on Capitol Hill, like staff members, chief of staff, or prominent members of Congress, to connect me to someone at the DNC. And they've tried, to their credit, but the DNC
Why am
didn't
I paying
respond.
for someone else's daycare then once they have kids? My wife's second job doesn't keep up with daycare costs.
Yeah, right. Can't afford daycare. It's out of control. But I don't want anyone to get free daycare. God forbid we bring down the cost of daycare for all of us and improve our economy and society. I want to keep paying a mortgage for childcare. But yes, one of my dreams is to be involved in messaging for the Democratic Party or a candidate or something.
Thoughts on repealing the 22nd Amendment and having Obama till he ages out?
I think the current system has worked up until now. We don't need to do anything. I'd vote for you. I'm not running for anything, but I appreciate that.
What do you think is the solution to this, to bring the country together?
If I knew the answer to that, I'd be running for governor, if not congressman, if not senator, if not president. Yeah,
absolutely. So who do you support for the governor's race here in Wisconsin?
Tom Tiffany.
And why Tom Tiffany?
He seems to be the only real solid candidate.
Yeah. And what makes you say that? What makes him solid?
Well, number one, he's not Governor Evers. We've suffered through 8 years of Governor Evers and all his shenanigans and all his Frankenstein veto crap. And I'm done with that. So,
for people that don't know Governor Evers, what is like some of the crazier policies that you're talking about?
Well, in Wisconsin, we have this weird veto thing, and where the governor can like change numbers and change letters and all this stuff. And he gave like 400-year tax hike in order to fund public education. 400 years, you know. And now, next governor's got to undo that and tear that apart. But he took care of all his constituencies. He took care of all the liberal, talking points and all the liberal items that he can. And he's just not been a very honest governor.
Yeah, we
and Tom Tiffany's gonna be honest. Are you kidding me?
Spoke to some, you got a motorcycle here, but we spoke to some young people in Milwaukee just now, and a lot of them are open to, or in fact support, abolishing the Senate, abolishing prisons, opening the border. What would you say to those young people?
Start thinking a little bit.
Okay.
I've got kids I got to have those conversations with.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, I was a liberal back when I was their age. I mean, I worked on the Dukakis campaign. I voted for Mondale, did a campaign for Dukakis in '88, campaign for Clinton, and had a big change. And, and the world changes, but also the Democratic Party is not the same it used to be.
And what made you change from being a liberal to a conservative?
Having a family.
Okay.
Open your eyes. You got to look more in the future rather than, the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, when you say open your
I don't think that's what it is. You hear people say all the time, "Oh, I became a conservative when I got a family because I learned and I got educated and I grew." I think you become a little more fearful when you get older. You're a little more susceptible to fear mongering, and you're a little more concerned about safety because you're trying to hold on to what you got, especially if you have a family. And so you're less likely to take risk with big things, and I think that's what it is.
The Islamists are coming fair, my daughter.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like you hear about personal finance. It's one thing to make money. It's another skill to hold on to it. And I think a lot of people, as they get older, they lose the ability to give a damn about other people, and they get a little scared for their own future as they weigh their end date, and they know that they start running into health issues and stuff, and they're a little more conservative in general with how they live their lives.
Guys, it's my friend Charlie. We'd always talk about how having a family, like, it does make you conservative. And what makes you conservative after having a family?
Because you start thinking of the consequences. You're not thinking about yourself anymore. You're thinking about others. You're thinking about your future. You're thinking about your country. You want your kids, your grandkids to live in the same country we grew up in. I know nothing's going to be the same, but you still got to have those freedoms. And those freedoms, our eyes got opened during COVID. Those freedoms can get swept away real quick. And so you got to be on guard against it all.
Did you say?
I start focusing more on my own issues rather than anyone else with age, not the other way around. Lying idiot.
Well, I also think older people are susceptible to being taken advantage of, right? Like, even in your 40s, it's very easy to not understand what's happening. I mean, you get emails that trick you, and you get phone calls. I mean, all sorts of weird shit. Another lockdown victim. Yeah, I was about to say, like, what do you think was so bad? Like, what happened during the pandemic that was so bad for these people? I didn't feel my freedom was trampled on in any way at all. I mean, people are so weird. Like, what, your freedom to go eat at a restaurant while a pandemic is in full swing and people are dying by the thousands every day? I mean, what? It's such stupidity. I mean, it's called giving a damn about your fellow Americans and changing your behavior for a limited amount of time so we can save lives and not overwhelm the hospitals and shit. It's like, my freedom, I had to wear a diaper inside CVS. Like, oh, God forbid, oh my God, it's like for a temporary amount of time, you idiot. This guy is so sensitive, man. Literally nothing. Yeah, I can't recall one thing that I thought was like too ridiculous. And I was living in LA, right, at the time. So I didn't feel my life was altered in any way at all. I felt this collective responsibility to try to help as many people as possible. I don't get it. I understand if you're a business and your business was ruined because of the lockdowns or something like that, like, I get that, people being mad, but that's, unfortunately, things change. I mean, that's life. And a lot of those people who lost their businesses end up starting new businesses, right? We saw a huge amount of entrepreneurial activity during the pandemic. A lot of people starting new things they never dreamed of and using the flow of cash that was out there to get off the ground on things. I mean, I did that in some ways. And so you always hear about the businesses that failed, but not about the millions and millions of new businesses. Basically, we recovered every single job that was lost in the pandemic, plus millions more by the time Biden left office, because so many new businesses started and so many new opportunities came up.
That you have a child in college right now?
Yes, my
Okay.
youngest.
What are your thoughts?
She's gonna love this. Go Badgers. I don't know how to do the Badger thing with one hand. We all live. Do you remember the Truman Show? You guys, anyone remember Truman Show?
I didn't watch it, but now I did watch clips of it. Yeah.
Watch the Truman Show. Watch the whole thing. Basically, his whole life is controlled. And now we're in 360 million, whatever our population is, 360 million Truman shows going on, because we all have our little phones, we all have our little worlds, and we see what happens when people get caught up in it. Look, the guy who killed Charlie Kirk and the guy that killed the insurance guy in New York City. I mean, they got caught up in their little world and they think that's their reality.
So who do you support for the upcoming governor's race?
Well, at this time.
All right, we'll leave this clown alone. I just wanted to see some of his curated street interviews here to see. I saw a clip of that, the guy with the blouse and his shoulder revealed, talking about Hong being dragged across the coals. We got this this piece of work to watch. I think she's co-chair of the DSA, co-chair of Democratic Socialists of America, that the national branch that all the candidates are distancing themselves from. And I've got David Hogg saying that there's no room for moderates in the Democratic Party. I don't know what happened to David Hogg and who hurt him, but I'm fighting for Medicare for all for him too, man. I tell you, poor guy. I got to use the restroom though first, so I'm gonna leave you guys with Mimi for a moment.
Speaking of money in politics, take a look at what Bernie Sanders said, Senator Sanders said on CBS's Face the Nation about super PACs.
You have written a letter that was shared with us to Democratic leaders in Congress and the DNC calling for public funding of elections and for the party to prohibit political action committees from participating in primary races. I understand your principled argument here. However, Democrats have a financial resource problem that is very real as compared to Republicans and their war chest. Why would the party disarm?
We're not talking about disarmament. We're talking about within the Democratic primary, not in the general election. The campaign finance system today is corrupt. In Michigan, what you had is AIPAC spending $30 million in the Democratic primary trying to defeat Abdul. They lost. And now they're saying, we're going to support this guy Rogers, who is a Republican. So what you are seeing is it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican, these special interests, and it's not just AIPAC, it's the AI people, it's crypto. They will take over the primaries and try to get their point of view through, get their special interest accomplished, regardless of which party is. So to me, it is insane that the Democrats would allow somebody to come in, an entity to come in that will then, if they lose, go into the other party.
Okay. You said you don't want Democrats to unilaterally disarm. Just to clarify, you highlighted $60 million poured into Michigan to defeat Dr. El-Sayed. Half of it came from AIPAC. They are now saying they're going to support the Republican in the general, which you also pointed out. Are you okay with Democrats accepting PAC money in the general but not in the primary?
Look, in the world that we live in, until we get rid of Citizens United and get rid of super PACs and move to public funding of elections, that is the reality. You can't allow Democratic candidates to be outspent 50-1. But it is a corrupt campaign finance system, and Democrats can take charge of what takes place within their own primaries right now. General election can't, but within primaries, Democrats can get super PACs out. That's what they should do.
And we are asking for your top news story of the day. You can either call us or you can post to social media. Charlie posted on social media on Facebook and said this. The top news story is the total lurch of the Democrat Party into socialism, communism. Democrats who have not been able to make enough to live in Manhattan, Georgetown, or the Miracle Mile want the government to keep them in the lifestyle they think they deserve. The boogeyman are those business people who have succeeded. It's class envy, one of the oldest wedge issues in the world. Quote, someone else who has been successful, so they've taken something away from me and need to be punished. Republicans are the party of self-determination. Democrats are the party of, quote, every kid deserves a trophy.
No, we want every kid to contribute as much as possible so we can pay less in taxes and we live in a better world, man. So idiotic. And I don't understand what Bernie's talking about. We talked about this yesterday when we watched that interview. So he doesn't want people to accept PAC help during the primary, but it's okay in the general. So principles be damned when the general comes around, but let's get a bunch of candidates to win the nomination who then see special interest pour all their money into their opponent because they're against taking their help now. So suddenly the special interests are now going to get behind the candidate who refused to accept their help during the primary. So you're still handicapping our candidate. Makes no sense to me, man. Like, How about you just demand that candidates take the position that they'll support specific legislation to reduce the problems with campaign financing? Why this performative thing of no PAC money in the primary, but it's okay to take PAC money in the general? That just feels stupid. It seems like we're setting ourselves up for disaster with that. Make sure I use the terms right.
Do you think the DSA being more extreme actually help archetypes nationally? In comparison, she's moderate and the moderates look like Republicans. It's amplified with infighting.
You think the DSA being more extreme actually help AOC types nationally? No, I don't think AOC having to say I'm not that type of DSA is helping her in any way at all. I think these people are spoiling her movement. It's getting attention to it. But it's not helping, I don't think. I mean, they're winning some seats, but I don't think it's because people are learning about DSA. People are voting for the DSA people because they're screaming they can do better and that the Democrats suck. And people have checked out of politics since last November, November 2024, where Kamala lost, and they remember Biden falling down, and they're like, yeah, that sucks. So these people seem way cooler and more energized, so I'm gonna go with them. They're winning because they want change, yeah, but not socialism. I do not think that the vast majority of people who are voting for these DSA candidates want socialism. And they'll tell you, sometimes they'll even tell you we do. But they don't, their version of socialism is not what you would think it is. It's just cheaper things, life being more affordable. It's stronger safety nets. They would not support actual socialism. So I think it's just energized candidates getting votes. That's it. I don't think the ideology means anything.
Megan, let's start with first principles. What, to your mind, is democratic socialism?
Yeah, so just very simply, it is people having a democratic say-so in all of the things that they need to survive. So democratic control of their workplace, democratic control of their housing, and democracy in what we already know as democracy in the political process.
Boy, I don't think that's what people want. I am not convinced people want to be more involved in their workplace. Most people can't stand going to their job, don't like it, don't enjoy it, don't give a shit about the company. Maybe I'm wrong. I've met very few people who love their employer and where they work. And I don't think that them being involved in decision-making is of interest to them, first of all. I think most people just want to show up and get paid for doing a job. But second of all, I doubt they have an interest in like running it in any way. I mean, running a business isn't for everybody. I want less responsibility at work. Yeah. She's never worked a normal job. She wouldn't know. I don't know, man. I understand wanting to have more say in what goes on there and maybe better conditions and compensation and things like that. But I don't think you have to be involved in running the place. I don't think you need to have a stake in what's going on there to do that. She's referencing unions. Yeah, so why not just fight for stronger unions and union membership, you know?
Okay. So that proposes about 1 million questions. What does democracy in the workplace mean? Does everybody...
Like, why not just fight for better working conditions? Why not fight for regulation, you know, things to improve people's lives? Again, my beef is with this idea of like having a stake in what goes on at your workplace. I do not believe most people want to get more involved in their office and their employer.
Everybody gets a vote on what we're going to do today, tomorrow, and the next day?
The way we look at it is mostly probably pretty similar to how a unionized workplace would work today. You get to collectively decide with your coworkers what demands you want to make of your boss, what your schedule looks like, what your working environment looks like, and negotiate collectively with whoever the boss is.
Okay, but that sounds like simple unionization, which we already have, even though unions are not in the best spot they've ever been in this country.
That's true. So we'd like to see everybody have a union. Right now, it's quite low. It's in the teens, I think, percentage of unionized workplaces. We think everybody should have a union of some sort.
And what does it mean for the larger economics of a country? For example, Google or Apple or, the biggest corporations in the country. Are they no longer privately owned under democratic socialism?
Well, that's a good question, and we specifically say that the industries that you need, right? So your necessary industries. So power. I would say that the internet is a necessity at this point. You can't really function without it. Water, things like this. A lot of these things are public in some places. We want them public everywhere.
Do you believe in owning the means of production, as the Marxists used to say?
I do, yeah.
But you speak for whom?
Well, I speak for the Democratic Socialists of America, and I think that you will find the demand long term for the working class to be in charge of the means of production is one that is pretty universally held. Again, we're not trying to flip a switch so that everything changes tomorrow. We're thinking about ways you can incrementally make life better for starters, but also shift the balance of power from the billionaire class to the working class.
So they get away with this. I don't think they get away with it, but they try by saying these are long-term ideas, right? Getting rid of prisons.
Mass unionization is not compatible with that idea, or am I hallucinating?
I think it's perfectly compatible, yeah. It'd be great if everyone was a member
Apparently
of a
Destiny
union.
found research on this chick and she is very pro-Lenin and authoritarian.
I'm not shocked to hear that. Not shocked at all. So yeah, they just continuously say that these are all long-term ideas, guys. So obviously we're not going to get this done tomorrow, and we want to get rid of prisons, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's like that seems like just cheating. You're basically lying to people about your policy positions. I want everybody to be free of debt in America, and maybe we can get there 1,000 years from now, 100 years from now. I don't know, but it's not reality, and I don't have a plan to get there. So she's basically saying that they have some incremental steps that can be taken to make people's lives better, aka the current Democratic Party. But they happen to have a platform that says utopia 150 years from now. Got it.
Okay, so what is the difference between democratic socialism and what exists in a lot of Europe, which I would call social democracy, which is to say a greater emphasis and maybe a higher tax rate in order to have things like what we would call Medicare for all or single payer or either free or radically less expensive higher education. And I think, and I'm going to take a wild guess here, if you were using that vocabulary instead of the socialism category, you might have more adherence.
Maybe, but the reality is that we do not think that we're not fighting for a kinder, gentler capitalism. We think that a democracy that's really controlled by the working class is the ultimate goal. Social democracy.
When you say we, forgive me, Megan, but when you say we, how is that stance arrived upon? Who
Yes,
is we?
I've said that I want to bring Cthulhu back, but that's not a long-term plan. That's not going to happen in the near future.
Yeah. No, that's a good position to take.
Who's we?
That's a great question, and one that I love to talk about. So DSA is fundamentally and sometimes excruciatingly democratic. The highest decision-making body of the Democratic Socialists of America is our convention. It happens every 2 years. Chapters elect delegates. We come together, vote on a bunch of proposals that may or may not shift our overall strategies or our overall stances on some things.
And these are representatives from a base of how many people?
Well, right now, I think we're at 129 100,000 people. But we have grown significantly since Zoran Mamdani's election, which came after our last convention. And then we're seeing a growth spurt recently with the recent congressional primary wins as well.
I hope he asks her, why do so many candidates distance themselves from the national DSA chapter? What is that about? I don't know how they get away with that either. Like, you're just going to hand wave the main DSA and claim you're part of like some local group. AOC said that. Francesca Hong said that. And if you go look at the local chapters, I don't see any difference. I don't see any difference in the platform in any way at all.
It's very interesting to me that maybe the highest profile political race that we're now seeing nationally for the midterm elections on the left is the ascent in the state of Michigan of Abdul El Sayed, who, when I asked him about democratic socialism, said, no, I'm a capitalist.
Their health care plan is the same as Trump's. Concepts of a plan?
Is that so?
You disappointed?
He's not a DSA candidate. If he was a DSA candidate, I would absolutely be disappointed. But I'm glad that there is a movement sort of across the board of people taking on some of these policies.
Oh, a big one.
Just got here. Interviewer seems based, but I do not like this DSA spokesperson. Mark Kelly.
Wow. How could you hate on this woman? She is one of the co-chairs of National DSA. She is the best of the best. Rose to the top. Yeller, thank you for the $50 super chat. Mark Kelly getting some love. 4th place, about to pass Pete Buttigieg and get 3rd place. Okay. All right.
We sure are that guy.
We sure are that guy. I agree. Barry Ape, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Inconsistency on some belief about Thanksgiving is an accident. She's the same person who said those things. No. This woman? No, I don't know if this woman said anything about Thanksgiving, but Francesca Hong said she's a Thanksgiving Day hater, though days later she said it's her favorite holiday, so who knows? What's the cursed zombie Trump? I don't know. Monocle throwing 500 bits to Ossoff, adding his lead.
Policies, because I do think they will improve life for the working class. But
what is the working class in this country? Because Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York, just gave an interview, I believe, to the New York Times, and he was asked, please define the working class. And he said anybody making under $1 million a year, which I got to tell you was news to me.
Yeah. That is not how I would define the working class.
How would you define it?
So we're coming out of a socialist tradition where class is defined based on your relationship to capital. And so the working class is essentially people who make a paycheck.
So if I'm a dentist, I can't be working class.
Well, it depends. Are you a dentist who is working for a corporation and selling your labor and getting paid hourly? Or are you a dentist who owns your dental practice? It does get fuzzy around that edges. There's a lot of...
What? The perfect freeze frame here. What? I don't get it. So you can't own a business and be working class? I mean, I owned a job basically at my last business. I sure as hell was working class, but okay, let's keep going here.
Socialist theory happening right now about gig work and how these sort of, like, technically a gig worker works for themselves, but they're obviously not really the ownership class. So there's definitely a hot topic of debate. But the simple definition is, do you make a paycheck, or do you make money off other people working for you or renting a place that you own? Are you making the money from the payoff of your capital investments? Or are you making it because you sell your labor?
So
what's wrong with employing people? Do they not want people to own businesses? I don't get that. Can you not own a business and hire people and provide them with money and the ability to live? I don't understand that point. That seemed a little fuzzy there. No, you can't. They want to live in a world where nobody owns business. Oh, well, that makes sense, actually, because they want the workers to own everything. I think she meant investors. You can, but then you get taxed. What? I don't understand their system.
Let's dig down a little bit here. The DSA refused to endorse Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
You happy about that decision?
I think it would have hurt our credibility a bit as people who are actually standing for socialism and against me.
I sell oysters at Mom's restaurant. I'm a big-time business boy.
Big successful businessman. I can't believe I thought he was like a successful business man. Like I truly thought, I never looked into it before we started researching it on stream after Grant Plattner fell apart. I thought he was like a wealthy business owner, just, employing hundreds of people or something. And then to find out that he's just one guy who has one customer, his mom, that he is the only employee where he sells oysters to customers was quite the surprise, I tell you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. AOC getting some love. Oh, she's about to take first place. Okay. $5K a year, big businessman. Yeah.
Oh, neoliberalism.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you let an authoritarian through the door. I mean, I'm not blaming you specifically.
Yeah.
A lot of factors went into it.
Yeah.
Did you stay home in 2016?
I didn't. No.
You voted?
No. I voted for Hillary Clinton, and I voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Mama's got to eat too.
Mama's got to eat. Wow. Yeah, what about 24? Wow, voted for Biden.
So why did you do that against the recommendation of the organization?
Well, I wasn't a DSA member in 2016, first of all. But I did believe in a harm reduction vote. But I don't think that the couple 100,000 socialists are the ones who swung that vote. It's the millions of people who stayed home because all they were being offered was kind of a rainbow flag painted version of the same thing.
Well, in fairness, millions of people stay home every election. I mean, it's a sort of shameful
and we
part
think
of...
that's a huge problem. A big part of our strategy is trying to engage people who do not vote regularly, who do feel disenfranchised by the system in general.
Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, no endorsement.
Yeah.
You agreed with that?
Yeah, I voted on that statement. I was a member of the National Political Committee.
Tell me about...
Yeah, so why did harm reduction not come into play on that election?
Your rationale.
Most DSA members, I think, certainly
I'm
in swing
working class because I was a barista while at Columbia. Never mind, I'm going to be a lawyer and eventually run for Congress. I'm very working class.
Hell yeah. Listen, if that's a shot at AOC, she still has student loans to this day. I would say if you have student loans, you're automatically working class.
States voted for Kamala Harris, I believe. But we felt that our credibility really stood on saying, we are socialists. We are offering you a real alternative. I didn't think that our endorsement would really make a difference one way or the other. And I don't think it would have. I think, again, people don't vote because they feel totally locked out, not because DSA told them to or to not vote for a presidential candidate. When we endorse somebody, that doesn't just mean we're putting a rubber stamp on it anyway. It means that we are turning out our people to hit the doors and hit the phones and really do a major voter outreach operation. And we weren't going to do that for Kamala Harris. And I don't know that it would have made a difference if we had.
Well, I don't disagree there. I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference, but the infighting definitely didn't help Kamala's chances of winning. But why for Biden, but not for Kamala? Why Biden 2020, but not Kamala 2024? If harm reduction was taken into consideration in 2020.
Know that she wanted it.
This article in Jacobin, which is
Don't know if she wanted it. Why would Kamala not want DSA to endorse her? What does she care? It's not like she is taking on any of your positions. I think she would have been thrilled to have their
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
The casual smug pride in sitting idle out of principle in 2024 while we all saw what happened to Gaza is why I hate these people. Ossoff.
Yeah, I mean, they'll tell you it was going to happen anyways under Kamala, which is total bullshit, right? Not at all. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Modicool. Hell yeah.
I think a DSA-aligned journal. It's called A Blueprint for a New Party. And it said the goal is not to immediately form a third party, which is seen as suicidal in America's two-party tyranny, but to, quote, mount the electoral equivalent of guerrilla insurgency, unquote, by using the Democratic Party line.
We do love to talk like that, don't we?
Is that a good idea, Megan?
I think people like us being rather bold. I think the boldness actually.
It's sort of the badass imagery.
Someone's got to be. People are furious about Trump and the Democratic Party. I mean, James Carville's writing op-eds that say "roll over and play dead." Like, what is that? People want a fighter, and I think they appreciate that we just come right out and say it.
So. Before we came on, we alluded to the fact that you were just on Fox News and you read a series of positions, statements. You very cheerfully responded, yes, without any embarrassment to this, series of issues. I think open borders was one. Why are you for open borders? I think to a lot of ears it sounds like a John Lennon song, not a political reality.
Well, John Lennon was very popular. I think, again, all of these policy points, they're all part of this long-term goal where we are putting huge amounts of resources into alleviating poverty, into stopping destabilization of countries internationally that are causing huge migrant flow. But, most people in the U.S.
Oh, here we go.
Bad built butch body. Baby girl, bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl, bad built bad built body. Bad butch body. Bleach blonde, bad butch body. Bad bleach blonde, bad butch body.
The Green Party didn't work for them, so let's jump this blue wave for some cred. Mark Kelly.
That's it. I mean, I'm all for getting involved in the Democratic Party to push your agenda one way or the other. I wish it wasn't, illiberal in some ways here and crazy, but, this is what we've been asking people to do. Quit crying and get involved. But if I were them, I would be pushing for ranked choice voting. That would be my big thing within the Democratic Socialists of America, to try to get people to take a chance on our party as a third party. Because without ranked choice voting or something similar, nobody's ever going to vote for a third party, and there's no shot they can take over the Democratic Party. Mr. Wrinkle with the $100 super chat. My God, you guys are nuts. Where does that put Mark Kelly? Oh, he's in third place now. Pete Buttigieg getting knocked down a peg. Hello. Wow. Wow. And Mark Kelly moving up towards AOC and John as well. Damn. Okay. Crazy. I like the coalition government structure in Canada. Well, I mean, this is why when they say get rid of the Senate and the executive branch or whatever, I'm not like that shocked by that, because other countries have a parliamentary system where they don't have these different branches and they're doing okay. I don't know if that would be any better for us. I mean, look at Israel. And they've got their problems where a small group of extremists can have big influence because you just need a couple more votes to control the government. So I'm not so sure a parliamentary system would be better than what we got here. Again, I think our issues are more structural with tyranny of the minority, like the filibuster and disproportionate representation in the Senate. These would solve a lot of problems if we dealt with some of these things.
US are here because of a prior period of unrestricted immigration or of much looser immigration. We put caps on certain countries and don't allow migration from other countries, and then kind of wide open for some countries.
I understand that, but people would argue back and say, okay, that there may be deep flaws in both the history and the system of immigration.
Mm-hmm.
Why not correct those flaws and make them more just, but by just throwing the gates open? Whether it's the gates of prisons or the gates of immigration, that chaos will ensue. I think you probably get that argument a lot.
Sure, and we're not saying throw the gates open. We're saying let's do that. Let's look at where the system is really flawed, really problematic.
I think that's called immigration reform.
It is, but we think that you have to look at all of these things from first principles, right? We started here from first principles. So what do we want out of an immigration system? Let's start there. That doesn't mean thinking from just throwing open the borders and then building from the ground up. It means reforming the system we have while we rethink the system, while we build this new one from the ground up, and then hopefully eventually flipping the switch.
It's just doing what the Democrats have been pursuing forever with this idea of something much different, perhaps in the future. Okay, that's fine, but don't try to act like you're different than the Democrats. Every single Democrat would love to have an open border. Everybody in America would love to have an open border. I know conservatives and many people would say, no, dude, no way. Well, just imagine a world where you didn't have to worry about people causing problems, like crossing state lines, right? I'm not worried about my fellow Americans crossing state lines causing problems, but we could have a world where that is an issue, like people going from California to Arizona is problematic or vice versa. So obviously we all would love to live in a world where there's no borders. I mean, I don't think that's anything profound, but to try to paint yourself as different from the Democrats because you've got this pie in the sky idea that you've written down, I don't get that. This is why I think, again, it all comes down to the energy and the outsider image that they are putting up. That's it. It's really nothing else to it, man. Like, democratic socialism is not taking over America. What is taking over in this moment, and I think it's even short-lived in that, is exciting candidates who are saying we can do way better and promising people big things. I mean, that's how Trump won in 2024. He ran on cutting your energy bill in half, ending the Ukraine war in 24 hours. Grocery store prices would come tumbling down, on and on and on. But I truly believe that if the Democrats do well in the midterms, which I think they will, and they take over the House at the very least, then you will see brand new faces representing the Democratic Party, all new energy, all new excitement. They will be focused on holding Trump accountable and revealing things. And I just think it's a different ball game starting on January 3rd when 120th Congress gets sworn in. They will shake off that Biden and Kamala stink from November 2024, finally. And I just don't think there'll be much bandwidth left for these DSA people to get much attention. I mean, the media will be all focused on Democrats holding Trump accountable and the investigations and subpoenas. I don't think there'll be a lot of time left, a lot of energy for little drama within the party from a couple of members.
Do you believe there should be millionaires in this country?
I'm less concerned about millionaires, more concerned about billionaires. I don't have like a hard line where it's where
how
you're
much
good
I guess
or
what
you're
I'm
bad.
asking is how much is too much?
Yeah, I think the question is less about how much is too much and more about what are you doing to keep and maintain and get that wealth in the first place. I think most billionaires got their wealth because they exploited the working class in some very significant way, usually. Are we exploiting people is the bigger question, as opposed to some sort of arbitrary red line of you can have this much money or not have that much money. But we do believe in taxing the hell out of millionaires. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what does taxing the hell out of them mean?
Yeah, I don't have like a solid, but I think.
But shouldn't you? I mean, if you're the co-chair,
question.
Yes,
you should. Yes, you should have these things worked out. I don't expect average people to know what a great plan would be to redistribute wealth to prevent people from being greedy and having too much power with billions and billions of dollars. I wouldn't expect people to know that. But I think if you're the co-chair of DSA and you're advocating for that, then you should. My plan is if you become a billionaire, you go to prison, like in Monopoly. You go straight to jail. You don't collect $200. You go straight to prison. Now, I don't see this ever happening, so I guess I'm taking the fantasy position that they are. But I believe greed is bad. I really do. And I think that we don't allow people to have 30 dogs and cats because, yes, some people could handle it, but a lot of people can't. And they do bad things and they mistreat the animals and they're just being weird. So, yes, there are decent billionaires out there, but the vast majority of them are doing shitty things and ruining lives and destroying businesses and abusing the system. So until we change that, I see them as very problematic. But I don't know why we tolerate greed with money, but nothing else in life. I don't know. That's just me. I know it's not the most popular position. I know people don't actually have $1 billion.
The problem is structural. No one's actually a billionaire on their own. A lot is somehow being allowed to control shares representing those billions.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's on paper. But for me, it's sending a message like there should be a limit to how much you can accumulate, man. Like, I don't buy the argument that, oh, well, people won't start businesses. They won't work hard. Are you kidding me? You're telling me to get to $999 million, you're not going to see people doing everything they're doing now? Like, I don't, come on. There's no difference, in my opinion, between being a 999 millionaire and a billionaire. Like, I don't think your life is any different. My point is, I don't think if you were to set some sort of upper limit, I don't think it would disrupt any innovation, any starting of businesses, anything at all. I don't think it would stop anything. I mean, heck, let's come up with a different, okay, fine. Forget $1 billion. Let's say $100 billion. You go to prison. If you have $100 billion, you go straight to prison. Is that okay? I mean, like, what is the limit? You know, like, it just seems crazy. It just seems totally crazy, man.
Of the DSA, shouldn't you be more specific than just taxing the hell out of something? What exactly do you mean?
Also, I think if you're doing yourself a disservice if you just say tax billionaires and you don't talk about how people below could avoid taxes. So Democrats have gotten smarter in saying we want to eliminate tax on people that make under a certain amount of money. And that is the case right now, but it's very low, right? So imagine if you went out there and said, we're going to eliminate certain taxes on people that make less than $120,000 a year as a household. And then we're going to tax people above, right? Now you're starting to build some support because there's a lot of people out there that think they're going to be the next billionaire and they're concerned that these people are going to not start businesses and not innovate. And it's like, well, wait a second though. If I don't have to pay taxes, then I could advance my life. Maybe you could actually make some progress there. Sloppyism. Just enforce antitrust laws. Yes, I do agree. I think there's a lot of room within the existing system to make it right. We don't have to put billionaires in prison. I do agree, but I want to solve the bigger problem of greed in general than just making it fair. Like, I think it's a serious problem. I think it is very strange that people have that much money and it just doesn't sit right with me. Socialists tend to want to copy places like Denmark, Norway, but they heavily tax all wages. Yeah, sure.
So again, it's democracy, right? And we have to look at what we need to spend and what we need. We don't want to depend on the existence of millionaires because that means people are still getting exploited. So yeah, we need to look at what we need to pay for in the interim, what sort of tax base we need for that to happen, and then and build from there.
Is support of Israel in any form essentially a red card in DSA? As I understand it, in 2024, DSA's National Political Committee withdrew its endorsement of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over her support for a House resolution stating that denying Israel's right to exist is a form of anti-Semitism. And her local.
That's when you know you've lost the plot. When you're withdrawing your endorsement from one of two DSA members in the House, especially someone as powerful and popular as AOC. Like you're clearly doing it just to score points with the woke scolds.
Her local chapter stuck with her.
They should be throwing a goddamn parade for AOC with the attention she's brought to their organization.
And this was an argument that continued on. Where are you on it?
Yeah, so that was like a very complicated and very like inter-DSA bureaucratic question, but convention decided that, yeah, this is a solid red line. No defense or economic support for Israel.
Does Israel have the right to defend itself, according to DSA? What is the position that DSA is headed toward here? Is it for a two-state solution? Is that or is it a binational one-state solution? What in fact is the position of DSA?
Yeah, so our position is a free Palestine with the capital in Jerusalem. And so I think that could be safely read as a one-state solution.
So the Camp David.
Why couldn't they split it somehow?
David Accords that were being negotiated at the beginning of the century under the Clinton administration, had the Palestinians accepted it, that would have satisfied you.
Good question. I need to look at what the actual specifics there were. I don't know them off the top of my head. But so when you say, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Peoples have the right to live in safety. Absolutely. But if that safety means doing genocide to somebody else, then no, that's not defensible.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier recently won a primary election in New York City and is almost sure to win the general election. She attended an October 8th pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas rally, which many people saw as a justification of the October 7th attack. And some of her tweets have been extremely ugly on this score and on others. Do you fully support her in all these activities?
Didn't Daria Lisa say she went to that because she knew what was coming for the Palestinians? She wasn't there to celebrate Hamas. I find that very difficult to believe that you went to a October 8th rally because you knew that bad things were coming after the assault on Israel. You weren't there to cheer on Hamas or to celebrate. No. You were there to stand in solidarity with all the people who were about to enter into a world of pain, right? And it took Israel like 2 months, maybe like 6 weeks before they started going into Gaza. It's not like they started attacking right away.
She's had to say.
So there was nothing to protest against Israel on October 8th, unless you were like, I still want to weigh in on apartheid and what I already consider a genocide. Like, it's just completely inappropriate to take that position on that day. It would have been tone deaf as hell, but would love to see what she was doing at that protest on October 8th. That'd be interesting.
I think Daria Lisa can speak for herself, certainly, and I think she's apologized for some pieces of that and has been
not for attending that rally.
Unapologetic about other pieces of that. And
do you support her yourself in that?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Yeah. Because
in other words, you would have gone to that rally had you been able.
That's a good question. I probably would have. Yeah.
Why? I think I'm slowly being convinced these people are paid by Republicans. I would not be surprised if we find out a year from now that these people were all being funded by Republicans. Why would you say that? Yeah. He described it as a pro-Hamas rally, and she said yes. She didn't even try to add a caveat, nothing. Just, oh no, pro-Hamas on October 8th? Yes, absolutely. I would have been there proudly.
I don't live in New York City, so I wouldn't have.
One day after the slaughter of 1,200 people and taking of over 200 hostages, you would have come and rallied behind Hamas.
I think that October 7th was largely inevitable. If you put people in an open air concentration camp and you deprive them of rights, of dignity, of food, of the ability to live in safety, you have to expect that they are going to not take that for that long. And that is not defending any harm of civilians or of non-combatants.
Well, sure.
That is. Do you think it is?
You're saying you're.
Well, the craziest thing is, look what happened. Like, you're celebrating October 7th as like a resistance, and then look what happened after that, you know? Like, I'm willing to bet the people of Gaza would go back to before October 7th in a heartbeat compared to this. I mean, this is just complete destruction, what has happened there.
Supporting it.
I'm saying that I think it was inevitable. I think that you cannot put people in a cage and expect them not to revolt. And I think that
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
It's true. Hong is an AI robot built by Elon to throw the election. You cannot convince me otherwise. Mark Kelly.
I mean, Bernie and AOC are not endorsing her as one of very few faces on the national stage representing democratic socialism. That tells you a lot, man. And the fact that they won't be honest about why is infuriating to me and makes me question their leadership. Still love, really like them. Don't get me wrong. But why? It bugs me to no end that AOC and Bernie can't just come out and say, we think she's a weak candidate. We don't think she represents democratic socialism, and we're not supporting her. Instead, they came up with some bullshit like, well, we usually don't get involved in governor races. I don't, come on, man. You got to be, you're supposed to be different than the establishment. But here you are just putting out bullshit talking points like, I just wanted to spend more time with my family instead of getting fired, right?
That supporting the civilians, the non-combatants, the children who are being killed, that's really the primary thing.
So you live in upstate New York. You describe yourself as a Jon Stewart liberal. Tell me about your life until 2018. What were you doing? Sure. What was your mindset, and why did it change?
Absolutely true. Got most of my news from Jon Stewart. That was my primary news source. I'd read the Sunday Times and I'd read Jon Stewart, and I did read the New Yorker, and sometimes even for more than the cartoons.
I appreciate that. But what happened? What turned?
So after Hillary Clinton did not win, and I was supportive of Hillary Clinton. I was not a registered Democrat at that point. I was registered independent, and then she didn't win, and I was horrified. I was baffled. I tried to become involved in the Democratic Party. What I ended up involved in was this like women's club where you'd like have speakers. Like weren't actually making any decisions. You were hearing people talk about a book. And that was all really frustrating because I was like, who's doing anything? What are we pushing anything toward? And a friend who was a folk musician said, we are starting this DSA chapter. You should come to a meeting. And I was like, ugh. The socialists. And I was like, all right, well, I'll come to your meeting because we're friends, but I'm not saying comrade. And I went to the meeting and I was just so relieved they were actually doing something, just anything. They had plans to just do something. We're going to lobby for this bill. We're going to do this community service activity together. We're just going to do stuff. And I was like, great. And then organizing and actually thinking constantly about like what an actual change to the system. Eventually I read some theory and I didn't go to college, but most of the great socialist theorists were writing pamphlets to be distributed to factory workers.
I think what might have disturbed some people who were watching that Fox clip.
No, that's it. She just went for social reasons and felt like they were doing something. Okay. I mean, you can find that within the Democratic Party. You go volunteer for a campaign. You can go intern at an office. I mean, you can get involved in your local Democratic Party. I mean, they're doing all sorts of stuff. But yeah, it's like the allure of being revolutionaries and fighting for something like gadflies on Capitol Hill that'll never happen. The theory reader, yeah, probably some unshaven hunk, finally gave her attention. She was probably like I know what it is now. She, at the local DSA meeting, she's probably a 7. You know, she's like had all the picking. She had the she could get whatever she wanted, you know. Scissoring. Yeah. She was among the unwashed masses at the DSA, and she was a 7 finally for the first time in her life. And she said, "This is it." She was treated like a princess. There were 3 guys in fedoras who tipped their hats quickly with their pocket watches.
I didn't go to college. Oh, we can tell.
Yeah. I didn't go to college. But you know, the great writers never went to college. Based.
There was a certain kind of, breezy, yeah, I'm for that, and there was no detail at all.
I believe it was a folk musician. Yeah, that just backs up my theory even more.
And when you come to an issue like prison abolition, and just say, yep, I'm for that, or defund the police, sure, I'm for that, it was a little startling. Now, it might have been the form of the show, so let's flip the switch here and dig down a little. What do you mean by prison abolition? We've had on this show Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow, and plenty of people in the Democratic Party, even in the establishment, have rejected mass incarceration, and some things have been done to bring it down. What does prison abolition mean to you?
So again, let's start from first principles, right? What do we need? We need safety.
Let's not begin from first principles. Let's begin from what is to be done, to use a Leninist phrase.
No, I mean, I think you have to start from first principles, and that is the core of this. We need community safety. We need people to be safe. We need people to be able to live their lives without fear of being assaulted, without fear of being robbed, without fear of violence. What communities do we know are the safest? It's not communities with cops on every corner. It's communities that have good schools, good jobs, good park systems, good recreation for their teenagers, things like that. Those are the safe communities.
Okay.
What does defunding the police mean in your mind?
Every year, police budgets go up. Every year, there's a backlog of rape kits that don't get tested.
Should they be maintained?
I am not in favor of getting rid of police entirely tomorrow.
No, defunding the police means no funding. I think that's
I don't think so. I think it means
Yeah.
I think it means taking funding back and moving it elsewhere. Right. So pulling some of that funding back
to what
and moving
extent?
it elsewhere. To the extent to which,
look, even this guy who seems to be genuine, and he's not trying to be a dick. He's just asking questions. He works at the New Yorker, I assume, as a reporter. Even he believes defund the police is get rid of the police, right? So if someone intelligent like this, who writes about politics, I assume, I don't think they took him off his sports beat to come interview the co-chair of the DSA, actually believes that defund the police means eliminate the police, then no one is going to know the nuance of that. He's literally seeking the truth. Well, I don't know if he's being cheeky by saying I think it means to defund the police, but the fact that you have to explain that to people is terrible, right? And we're seeing the same thing with abolish ICE, which I know I'm in the minority on this, but I don't think people realize when people say abolish ICE that you want to transfer their responsibilities to someone else and rebuild. They think you want to allow the criminals that ICE is getting off the streets, which is a lie, but they're convinced they're doing it. They think that you want to allow those criminals to walk free.
we are fully funding social services, to which we are fully funding schools, lunch programs for kids, after school programs for kids. Communities should be clean and they should be safe. We should be funding putting trees up so people have more.
I don't think anybody's going to argue about any of that, trees or anything of the like, but they're concerned.
But they do. because there's always more money for the police budgets, and there is never money for how do we just literally make our communities safer, nicer, healthier, and that does come to the
Megan,
question. We say we don't have enough
think,
money.
Why do you think a number of politicians in your orbit who use the rhetoric of defund the police have kind of taken it back or muffled it or gotten rid of it entirely?
I think you see, different phrasings of the same idea. And, if we're just
This is a good question. Why do you think people have backed off that slogan?
talking about branding, I think that's not really the exercise we need to be spending a bunch of time on. I think we need to be talking to people about what makes your community safe. And that is how DSA functions. We have a million conversations on the door. We are out in the communities actually changing minds. Democrats really like a slogan. They like an ad. They like a mailer.
You've made an argument.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think it's just about making the Democratic Party cooler, man. Really. There's nothing else to this. Why are people showing up to DSA meetings? Because people there are younger and they go drinking and they're organized to do something like we're going to go knock doors for Palestine or something. And they feel like they're doing something. But if you go to a Democratic Party meeting, it's like old ladies who they've got nothing to do but plan a bake sale 4 months from now or something. I don't know. We got to Ken Martin needs to hire some people to make the local Democratic Party chapters cool. And that means having events at local bars, having bands play at the event or something. I don't know. Organizing social stuff like bowling night or something. I don't know. I don't know what the hell people want to do. But I think that's the only reason why DSA is thriving, because it's just like a social get together.
Argument for abolishing the Senate. And we both live in a state that has I don't know what multiple of a population of Wyoming, which also has 2 senators. We all understand that. The Electoral College, we understand why it was put in place in the first place and why it's outdated now. But I think we can also agree that the chances of amending the Constitution to that effect are about 0. Does taking that kind of theoretical position, however principled, distract from DSA policies that might really succeed or be more urgent?
I don't think so. I think taking principled positions tells people that you're principled. And I think we see voters really responding to that. And we see people saying, oh, you're actually thinking about the systems. Even Thomas Jefferson, for all of his heinous problems, I think he was writing letters to James Madison where he talked about we need a new constitution every 19 years because he did some calculation in his head that that is when a generation changes over. And he said people should not be haunted by these rules set for them by previous generations. So this is not actually, it's not a new concept to say hey, wait a second, why are we doing this thing this way?
Give me the dynamics within DSA. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Zoran Mamdani, too, have been criticized.
So again, to me, it just sounds like communication, that this group is talking about ways to fix the system. It's really just comes down to the person communicating things and the setup and getting people to show up and hear it from people that they respect. And that's it. I do not see why the Democratic Party couldn't do everything she has described so far. It's not like we have different pursuits. I know people are out there like her are convinced the Democratic Party is corporate America's party and just wants to do Israel's bidding and whatever other weird things they think. But look what Democrats did when they got full control of Congress and the White House in 2021 and 2022. They passed a bunch of good shit that changed people's lives, that was not helping the corporations, was not for Israel. It was for the American people. It was for the poorest people too in America. Biden had a focus on the people left behind. His student loan forgiveness program doubled the amount forgiven for people who receive Pell Grants. Why? Because people who get Pell Grants aren't the most well-off people. And they were predominantly black and brown, groups that have been left behind in the past. He had, in the American Rescue Plan, he had some loan forgiveness program for black farmers specifically, and people lost their minds. A couple $2 billion to right wrongs by the USDA for black farmers for decades, and people lost their minds. And the enhanced child tax credit that put hundreds of dollars into the hands of poor mothers in America to make their lives better. I mean, God forbid.
By people in DSA for moderating various positions. AOC took advice from Nancy Pelosi. Mamdani retained the New York City police commissioner from the previous administration.
Yep. So what I think often on the outside looks like infighting or mess, we just call it democracy. We think it's good. We're always happy to pick apart anything, ruthless critique of all that exists, to use a Marxist phrase.
You've quoted Marx now a few times in our conversation.
I did quote Thomas Jefferson too. So
not happily, not without ambivalence.
Well, I was ruthlessly critiquing him for all that exists.
You think you're going to get far by quoting Marxist theory in this country, or do you think that that kind of Cold War antipathy to Marx, to say the least, is gone?
I think that people see that capitalism is not working for them. And I think, when you talk to people on the doors, they don't care if you're quoting Marx or Thomas Jefferson. They care about whether or not their building is safe, whether or not there are rats crawling around in their children's bedrooms.
Of course. But.
And you can say, hey, guess what? There's this thing in Vienna called the Karl Marx Hof, and it's a house, and it's named after Karl Marx, and it is dignified, clean, high quality social housing, and that is a real thing that exists. I think people aren't afraid of.
Is there a model for a politics or a society that is real and existing in this world that you would like to see the United States copy or somehow be close to?
I wish that more socialist experiments could be happening without CIA interference, without U.S. sanctions messing with it, But I wish that we weren't doing, spending billions of dollars to destabilize Cuba. I think there are lessons we can take from different socialist projects. I think the Cuban Family Code is a really interesting one in participatory democracy, and the way that they changed their constitution to make it more egalitarian, to make it is now in the world the most queer friendly constitution that exists. I also think there are some serious problems, and I think that those problems are caused by the fact that we are spending billions of dollars to destabilize them, and they overcorrect.
Queer friendly is a good point. Earlier you expressed some support. I think I was reading you right, for Hamas. I wouldn't call that a queer friendly organization, would you?
I would not call Hamas queer friendly. I would not say that you can get a lot of social rights when you're under siege. I think that most queer people who have been killed in Palestine have been killed by Israeli bombs.
In the weeks preceding the invasion of Ukraine.
Wow. She didn't even push back on support for Hamas. Now that's something right there. So we've got a Hamas supporter. She said she would go to the October 8th celebration.
No, you see, Cuba is so bad because we scare them.
Well, it's our CIA. That's what it is. Cuba's kind of out in the open. I don't think there's anything being done behind the shadows. Like, Trump has just cut them off. No oil allowed to go there, and screwed them over. Hoping they just fail and he can clean it up, I guess. I don't know. I was kind of thinking about Cuba the other day. It's like Trump, he thought he'd be out of this Iran thing sooner, and can't get to Cuba, so it's just kind of sitting there waiting for him to do something. Okay, so she's wish I was in New York City on October 8th, so I could have been to the Hamas rally. And now she doesn't push back when he says you're a Hamas supporter. And then she claims that Israel's killed more queer people in Gaza than Hamas. Jesus Christ, man. You still think these DSA people are harmless? Yes. This just makes me think I'm even more right when I watch this. These people are useless. They're not winning anybody over. This is so idiotic. They just embarrass themselves every time they go in front of the camera. I'm sorry, but I think a year from now, there'll be very little discussion about DSA.
Cuba getting help from China infuriates me. They're talking with our Middle Eastern allies to set up a security umbrella, and we're looking at Chinese NATO on our doorstep.
Well, they got to get help from somewhere, right? If we cut them off, they're not just going to die. So it's all part of the plan, according to Trump. Push them into the arms of China.
DSA's International Committee released a statement blaming NATO expansion and the United States essentially for the crisis. After the invasion, DSA released a statement condemning the invasion and calling for a ceasefire.
Yeah, if this is their leadership, they aren't getting far. How can you watch this and be concerned about DSA? First of all, every DSA candidate is distancing themselves from the national platform. I can't think of one DSA candidate that said, yeah, I agree with the national platform. So if this is their national presence and they keep claiming that like something different is going on in the local level, but I've seen no evidence of that. The couple of chapters I've looked into, Madison, Wisconsin, because Hong said she's a member of that, and New York City's chapter, I don't see any evidence that they don't support all these same positions. So I think it's a cop-out that people like AOC and Hong are using. And honestly, I don't even think AOC and Hong know what their local chapter stands for. I really don't. I think AOC and sadly Bernie and have been exposed a little bit with this DSA episode. And not a lot of people are seeing it, but I think they're showing their limits. AOC claiming Hassan apologized for his 9/11 comments. Not true. AOC not endorsing Hong when she's the face, one of the few faces of socialism on the national stage right now. That's weird. Shows poor leadership, if you ask me. And then AOC claiming it's because she doesn't get involved in races. She's focused outside of the Congress. She's focused on getting the House in the hands of the Democrats. Not true. She endorsed a bunch of New York State Assembly members. Bernie saying he doesn't know anything about the race because he's focused on the Senate, even though he endorsed Troy Jackson for governor 2 months ago. So it just, and then AOC trying to make an excuse like, no, I don't support the national platform. I'm invested in my local chapter. It's like, I don't think she even knows what her local chapter's up to, because if you go look it up, you see the local chapter's happy to support all this crazy shit too. And I would expect nothing less. I mean, why would the local DSA chapter not support abolishing prisons and borders? What difference? Like what? Why would they feel differently about them?
And there have been people who have in DSA who have been even more firm about that it was mainly the United States' fault that Russia felt compelled to invade Ukraine. How do you feel about it?
We do not believe in pouring U.S. money, military weapons into anything. We don't think it makes it better anywhere. But obviously, Russia is this oligarchic dictatorship, which is hyper-capitalist, and Putin is this crazy right-wing oligarch. Of course, he is going to make horrific human life-ending decisions.
Well, this is precisely why those countries wanted to be in NATO.
Yes, but why aren't we doing any amount of actual diplomacy? Why aren't we doing any amount of sending actual human beings to talk to human beings and figure out what?
I don't understand what kind of there's been all kinds of diplomacy, however failed, since the beginning of the invasion. We shouldn't send weapons to the Ukrainians.
No.
Yeah, including Trump. Trump has sent, some of his best friends and his son-in-law there to negotiate and got nowhere. I mean, Trump laid out the red carpet for Putin, literally, and still got nowhere. I don't think there's anywhere to go with Putin and Russia right now. That's why you haven't seen some sort of huge diplomatic effort, though we have sent plenty of people over there. Okay.
So
Trump not sending our best. Yeah, maybe she's taking my talking point that Trump is committing diplomatic malpractice by sending his friend and his son-in-law to go try to negotiate with Russia and Hamas and all these countries, Iran, and failing miserably.
just allow Russia to overrun Ukraine entirely?
We should be sending huge teams of diplomats. We should be figuring out how to negotiate, how to get Russia off Ukraine's back. We should, yeah, absolutely.
So Russia would get off of Ukraine's back by us sending diplomats.
I don't think that there is adequate negotiation. I don't think that there has been anywhere near adequate diplomacy.
Okay. Who would be your ideal candidate for president in 2028?
Oh, God.
Surely there's been discussion about this at DSA. And what is that discussion like?
So our convention, again, our highest decision-making body.
Yes, this is my favorite part of talking to these guys. There's never anyone good enough. It's impossible. Nobody's good enough. Let's see if she actually gives a name.
Last year passed something that we want to create a labor-left coalition to run a labor-left candidate for president. There are some labor leaders whose names get tossed around. You know, nobody will be surprised by Sean Fain, of course, gets mentioned. Sarah Nelson, quite popular among DSA members. And then also, you know, there are folks from Congress. Obviously, AOC is the it's the big question. Is she going to run? We're also seeing progressive candidates who are not socialists, but folks like Ro Khanna seem to be running, you know, kind of laying the groundwork for a run.
Is Ro Khanna not too wealthy for you?
I think there are people in DSA who would potentially endorse a progressive who is not a socialist. And that's, you know, that's part of our internal democracy. And we would hash it out and come to a conclusion, and that would be democratically decided. And then we'd be like, all right, let's do this. If the organization decided to endorse Ro Khanna, I would knock doors for Ro Khanna. Absolutely.
Megan, what do you want to get across that I haven't asked you about? I want to be fair here.
There are always questions about these pieces of detail, but the answer is always, we decide it democratically. We decide it together. So if you're looking to me to be the one true arbiter of DSA thought, I'm absolutely not. Who
is it, or that doesn't exist?
DSA.
It never will.
It doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Convention, I guess, would be the closest to the one true arbiter of DSA, and it happens every 2 years.
Megan Romer, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Wow. Well, I tell you, every time I watch an interview, I just feel better and better about the situation. I really do. I see these people just crashing and burning, and I really believe we will not hear much about these people once the Democrats take over the House and maybe even the Senate in January of next year, because they don't really have much. I mean, how can you watch these interviews and be terrified of these people? How can you watch these interviews and think that this is going to take off? How can you watch these things and think, oh my God, these guys are going to completely take over the Democratic Party? I mean, these are buffoons. Silly. I mean, literally silly is how I would describe this woman. Just silly. You know, it's all fun. I don't have the answers. I mean, I've heard more serious discussion on TikTok with, you know, people who've read a couple of articles about how to implement some policy one way or the other. I mean, you could chat GPT tonight, a couple of questions about how would we tax rich people in America and come up with an equitable, progressive system that redistributes wealth. I mean, you could have these answers within minutes, and yet she's like, I don't have any of the specifics. I mean, you think they sit around living this life, and she's the co-chair, that they would have an answer for everything. How do you abolish prisons? Oh, well, actually, it's the 10 steps that we envision that takes place over 20 years. Step number 1, da-da-da. Step number 2, da-da-da. Like, this is how we get to where we want to get. They can't be bothered with any details or any plans or anything. And I think this hyper focus on groupthink and nobody's really in charge is to their detriment. You start involving everybody and you're going to have too many cooks in the kitchen, man. Not everybody's a leader. Not everybody's made to weigh all the options. Not everybody is good at being involved. In fact, most people are terrible at it, and they just want other people who they trust and respect to tell them, after doing research and looking at all the options, what's the best plan? What's the best way forward? So I don't see this crap going anywhere. I'm sorry, man. I really, really believe, and other people are free to believe. I know Destiny thinks they're a huge threat, and he's got his reasons for that, and that's fine. I do think someone like Hassan is way more put together than this, even though he would sound like a bumbling fool in this same exact interview. But he's got the whole PR machine behind him and all the money in the world, and you know, he's got a lot of people working with him to try to clean it all up and make it more presentable. But I really believe that this is just a moment in time where people are still upset over Kamala Biden in 24. They've checked out of politics. Things have gotten worse economically. People are hurting. They're struggling. And they don't see the Democrats doing anything because they don't understand how it works when you're out of power. They're still pissed about Biden and Kamala. And so you get these people coming along in the primaries who say, hey, this is bullshit. And the Democrats are just as at fault as the Republicans. And this guy's been in office for 20 years. And I will get us Medicare for all. And I will bring down your cost of living. And we just need to get some real people in there who can break things up. And we know people are susceptible to this sort of anti-establishment populism stuff.
They're a huge threat to my frontal lobe.
So these guys have a moment. These guys they're taking advantage of a moment, and but they don't have much to back it up. And I think once the Democrats get the gavels and the media starts talking about how Democrats are about to make the Trump administration enter a world of pain and investigate and squeeze all these people, there's not going to be a lot of bandwidth left to talk about the DSA insurgency by less than 10 people in our party. And I'm willing to bet on January 3rd, everybody shows up in the House, falls in line, and votes for Hakeem Jeffries. I'm willing to bet there's very little drama with these DSA people, because it sounds like Hakeem is already talking to them. And every media appearance he does, he's not talking shit on them. He's kind of praising them a little bit.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
They saw the wave. Mark Kelly Lunar Maxing.
Mark Kelly moving up the board. Number 3. Look at it. He's coming for AOC and John. Hell yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wrinkle. Unironically, Dems just need to do movie and Top Golf nights. I mean, unironically indeed, man. Like,
how can you implement radical tax reform without tanking the stock market and everyone's 401k along with it? Every quarterly target would be missed routinely while raising prices. You have to be incremental.
Everything is incremental. Everything has to be incremental. I agree. All right, I got to use the restroom. Then we'll check out David Hogg and then probably call it after that. BRB.
And this is Richard calling us on the Republican line, Hacienda Heights, California. Hi, Richard.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I wanted to talk about prices out there. I spent some time doing some shopping over the weekend, specifically food shopping, and I cannot believe how high prices are here in Southern California. And if they're high here, they're probably pretty high everywhere. I don't know how families are doing it. I mean, even snack foods and stuff that you expect to be high are astronomical now, so you can't buy them. There comes a point in this where I have a feeling that people are going to stop buying the things they normally do as a kind of revolt until these prices come down. I have to take a harder look at it. I've never seen anything like it. From 2019 to 2026, I have to think prices have gone worse than doubled. They've doubled. And I don't know how
food prices you're talking about.
Food, yeah, specifically food, yes.
So, Richard, is this going to affect your vote in the midterms?
I suppose it will. I mean, something's got to be done, but who's at fault here? Is this COVID's fault, the way it was handled?
So what do you think? Like, where would you place the blame?
I have to think that it has something to do with COVID and shutting down all those businesses, and people were just unable to handle the too much money supply apparently, and so
Richard, that
went up.
That shutdown was 6 years ago. You think it's still causing prices to be so high in the grocery stores?
Yeah, I couldn't really sleep last night because of it. I'm sitting here early in the morning still thinking about it. There has to be a correlation between the COVID situation and prices tripling in the last 6 years. I'm standing at a AM/PM mini mart getting gas, and I looked out and candy bars are $4 each. This struck me as insane. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. Are people? How are people eating, especially with a family of, say, 3 kids?
Not the candy bars. $4. Bro, what are you getting? Some king size? Can't sleep thinking about candy bars. Who goes into the AM/PM mart to buy food, man? Come on. Okay, so David Hogg said some bullshit on CNN the other night.
There's been an argument that they need to moderate or concern over what that's going to look like should they succeed, or that they may not succeed, that they might be defeated by Republicans despite them not doing well in the polling either. What would you say to the moderates in your party who feel that way?
I would say to the moderates, our party, you need to figure out how to actually offer something new to voters that isn't just the same message that you gave them in 2024. Increasingly, the reason why the establishment of our party is being defeated over and over and over again is it's because they don't have the right values that are aligned with not just the Democratic base, but the American people, where people are sick and tired of listening to Democrats who tell them all the reasons why they can't solve their problems. If you can't solve our problems, you shouldn't be running for office. We need people who actually sound at a minimum and genuinely believe what they are saying.
There's been an argument that they
that's not as bad as I thought it was. It says David Hogg says moderates are not welcome in the Democratic Party. Democratic Party. I didn't get that from there. He got that leftist internet though. That's hurting me. But he has taken some weird positions. Like he's got behind some failing candidates that were running far to the left, and he's been a DNC hater ever since he got the boot, which I thought was some bullshit. I did not think he deserved the boot, and I think they should have kept him in there somehow, but I don't know. He seems to be going on this like weird side quest of hating the Democrats now. So he was on Majority Report. I couldn't find the full CNN interview, but I did find him on Majority Report, so this ought to be good.
We are back, and we are joined now by David Hogg, former Democratic National Committee Vice Chair and President of Leaders We Deserve. David, thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks so much for having me on.
Of course. Happy to have you on. And
happy to have anyone on who's excited to shit on the Democrats.
I want to dive into the dysfunction of, at the DNC and the reporting on that. But before we do that, I think it might be helpful for people to get a refresher on what the Democratic National Committee even is, right? Like, what is the DNC compared to, say, the DSCC, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, currently headed by Kirsten Gillibrand, or the DCCC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee as well? What's the DNC's specific function?
Well, I'm really glad that you asked this question, because I think there's plenty of fair criticisms of the DNC, but I actually think a lot of people bundle all of those groups together. So it's a great question to ask. To start out, you have the DNC that really is the presidential campaign in waiting. They also help manage state and territorial Democratic parties. And they help to obviously have the platform of the Democratic Party, the rules of the presidential debate schedule, and super importantly and relevantly, the presidential primary. And then you have them give some money, obviously, to state parties. Occasionally, they'll give it to other committees like the DCCC or the DSCC, like you mentioned. The DCCC's number one goal is winning back a House majority for Democrats. So they're the group that many House Democrats will pay dues into on the order of several $100,000 to millions of dollars to help win back the House majority. And then you have the DSCC, which is just like the DCCC, but for winning back a Senate majority for Democrats, where they will work directly, both the DCCC and the DSCC work directly with candidates, talking to them, advising them, and not always, but most of the time are investing in red to blue races that are critical to us flipping key states and key House districts in order to win back those majorities. So if you want to think about it this way, the DNC is really around, it's just like in some ways the D-TRIP or the DSCC, but for the presidential. They're supposed to be the campaign in waiting, and then you have the other committees that focus on the House and Senate.
Although I will say, to be fair, as you know, you accurately lay out all of the differences. They are still all three right now plagued by the same kind of malaise, where voters don't have trust in any of these institutions within the Democratic Party, and individual candidates are doing well in terms of fundraising with small dollar contributors, but the candidates that the DSCC and the DCCC have endorsed have not had a hit rate like they had previously. The more populist candidates are challenging them effectively, and people seem to have more trust in individual Democrats than they do in any of the democratic institutions.
Well, I appreciate that she acknowledged that. Usually they just say the DNC and the Democratic Party is struggling to raise money, but she at least acknowledges that the individual candidates are doing very well. They're shattering records like Tallarico, Ossoff, Cooper, you name it. They're doing very well. So if the people want to give money to the individual candidates and not the party, then go ahead. But I think, again, it's people that are upset about what happened in 2024, and rightfully so. And I've read that wealthy donors have withdrawn their support as they wait to see what happens. So the DNC is struggling, but they're borrowing money and they're winning special elections handedly. So they're spending money. I'm not worried. Do we care about Democrats winning, or do we care about balancing the books for the DNC? I don't give a shit if the DNC goes $100 million in debt. If they win, who cares?
I mean, to be honest with you,
but I also think that after the midterms, if the Democrats do well, they'll win back a lot of these people who've been withholding money.
You really blame them after they...
I'm not blaming them at all. Yeah, right.
After we saw a horrific presidential election where we elected Donald Trump for the second time, and the establishment's response was, you know, at least on the DNC's front, that they're going to do an autopsy, that then they couldn't even include any of the actual issues that decided the election. And then they couldn't even include a conclusion. People are tired of being told, don't worry, we're going to put a different color of lipstick on the pig this time, and that's going to win back voters instead of actually addressing the pig, if you will.
Right.
You know?
Can you talk about that? I mean, that we covered this maybe a month or so ago. Ken Martin, the embattled current leader of the Democratic National Committee, was on Pod Save America and was repeatedly questioned by Jon Favreau about his leadership. And the autopsy that was supposed to come out about how the Democrats lost once again to Donald Trump, eventually they released it, and it seemed to raise more questions than answers. What happened there, David?
Well, to be honest with you, I can only speculate as to what happened because I was at the DNC for a couple of months, and then I obviously started talking about the necessity of bringing in fresh blood, which then resulted in them, I would argue, conveniently finding an issue with the election.
Kicking out fresh blood because you suggested fresh blood? That makes sense.
Pretty much. Anyways, I think what happened is that Ken Martin ran for DNC chair because for people that, I think there's a lot of people that don't understand how that process works either. There's 450 DNC members that are from different state parties, state party chairs, et cetera, that vote on who the DNC chair is. And when Ken was running for that position, one of the main things he ran on was releasing an autopsy that would hopefully address some of the reasons why people are increasingly not interested in supporting these institutional groups like the DNC to offer any form of accountability. So at the DNC in our first meeting, a major part of what we were talking about was what is going to go into this autopsy. And I remember bringing up in this meeting, and saying, I know a lot of, and this was with all the officers, including Ken, where I said, I know a lot of you guys probably don't want to talk about this, but if you're going to talk about why we lost young voters, you have to talk about Gaza. You have to talk about inflation. And I remember on the Gaza part in particular, to my surprise, the officers were like, yeah, no. We absolutely do want to talk about that. We need to talk about that. It's really important and we shouldn't shy away from it. And then Ken's friend, Paul Revere, who he hired to do this job, I think what happened is he was doing such a terrible job of it that Ken just told him, stop, this isn't working. It's not worth your time. Just stop working on it entirely. And then Ken was pressured on doing the thing that he actually ran on doing, which was releasing the autopsy. And then it ended up being released where none of the issues that actually decided the election were talked about, whether it was Gaza, inflation, or Joe Biden's age. It was just a bunch of internal mechanics and zero conversation around the issues. And also, it couldn't even include a conclusion to begin with. And I think that's what really happened there. And it's emblematic of broader challenges that Ken has had in his leadership of the institution. We're now at a position where the RNC has over $100 million on hand, and the DNC has $2 million in debt. 18 months into Ken's term, your job as a chair of the DNC is to raise money. And now we're seeing not only can he not raise money, and he's been able to continue to not raise money, he's also throwing his phone at staff, which is certainly not going to help morale. And ultimately, what we need to focus on is what are we actually doing to move forward? Because I think part of what's happening here is a lot of these institutions have focused on just purely looking at fundraising. That's all that really matters to them a lot of the time is for candidates, like who they take seriously, who can raise money. And sometimes that can be a good indicator, but it doesn't really take into account candidate quality. I think a lot of the time we could win races if we had higher quality candidates, even if they didn't come from backgrounds where they had tons of wealthy friends that they could raise money from, if they actually presented a vision that people actually believe in. Because imagine if we didn't have to spend nearly as much money gaslighting voters with corporate PAC money that were there for their interests, and instead actually were there for their interests.
It's a not.
So nothing about Democrats winning handedly in every single special election since Trump took power, right? Like it's all about money, fundraising. So what is the goal of the DNC? Is it to raise money or is it to win elections? Because I've been very happy with the Democratic Party and the election results since Trump took power. I mean, we've taken seats that we haven't had in decades in some cases. There's just a huge wave that's been going on. And I don't think it would matter who's in charge of the DNC right now. People have no imagination for what the Democratic Party can do. You can go out there and tell them till you're blue in the face. They're not going to listen. They don't care. They need to see it. And right now, the Democrats are not in power, and there's nothing for them really to do. And I don't think any other leader would be doing anything different. I really don't. I think you're going to see a whole different story when the Democrats take over one of those chambers. People will talk about how great the Democratic Party is. Maybe not how great it is, but I just think you'll see a lot less anger at the Democratic Party once they have control of one of the chambers, because they can actually do something. They can stand up. They can demand change. They can force things to happen. They can subpoena people. They can't do shit from the minority. Nobody can do anything. I don't think there's a leader strong enough in the world that could lead the Democratic Party from the minority and actually get people excited and a bunch of donors on board. People are very short-sighted. They just see what's right in front of them, man. They can up the hearts. True. Up the hearts. Also, I thought Ken Martin was going to get replaced, and it's been months now. So what's going on? Are they going to, is he still on the way out or what? Because I don't know. It's been like over 2 months since there was all that brouhaha over the autopsy report, and people were saying it's inevitable. He's on his way out. I mean, I guess that's a long, quiet firing for Ken Martin, man. Taking their time, pushing him out, I guess. And for anyone who says, well, that the reason why the Democrats are winning is because Trump is so bad. No, I don't think people would be coming out like the numbers they're coming out in to vote for Democrats if they didn't like what they were seeing on the Democrats' end. So to me, it's a bit of cope when people say and I didn't see anybody say it, but I hear it every time I say this, that someone will say, that's because Trump sucks, not because the Democrats are doing well. I think both of those go hand in hand. I don't think people would come out in such big numbers to vote for the Democrats if they had no faith in them and they didn't like what they were seeing in any way at all. But when you're in the minority, there's nothing you can do, man. You can't even get anyone to listen to you. So I don't think there's anyone that could lead the DNC better right now. In fact, I wish we could swap Ken Martin for a couple of weeks with Ben Winkler or whatever and show people that, hey, man, same results.
Novel concept, David, and I want to talk about the debt that the DNC is in that you spoke about there, comparing it as well to the Republican war chest. But I just want to ask you a follow-up about this autopsy. That's new information to me, essentially, that it read as incomplete, and that's because it was incomplete. But Martin went on Pod Save America and claimed that the report wasn't even commissioned and that it was done for free, for example. Like, that was what the implication was, if I'm remembering correctly. Is that the case?
Well, there was a report that they wrote that they did release, and you can go out there and read it. There is literally, it's annotated as well, and you can see there is not even a conclusion that's included in it. And when it came out, Ken was like, this, I'm not really proud of this, but here you go. I'm going to put it out there because everybody's telling me that I actually need to come through on the promise that I ran on doing in the first place, God forbid, and act like it's some huge problem when it's like, Ken, you did this to yourself. You put yourself in this position. You ran on releasing an autopsy that nobody forced you to do, but this was the main thing that you ran on, and you haven't been able to do it. And then he released it, and it didn't even include a conclusion. People can go out there and read it.
I don't think people are clamoring for that autopsy report. I agree. Ken was clumsy and screwed up this report. That goes off. That is obvious, right? Like, he should have never promised to release it, and he should have just put it out. There was nothing in there that was alarming. It's just so stupid. The whole thing is so dumb. But I think it's just as dumb to act like the American people were demanding to see the autopsy report. We know why Kamala lost, and we don't need a report to tell us that. We don't need, so there's no secret in there, and nobody's going to be proven right or wrong or feel they've been they're now should be listened to because of what's in the autopsy report. It's just stupid. It's just it's just a certain group of people that wanted to say Dems screwed up on Israel Gaza. That's it, and it's for their own single issue that they care about. They don't care about the Democratic Party cleaning up their act or fixing anything or doing anything with that report. They're just using it to attack the Democrats. Young One, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate that.
It's freely available.
Yeah, it's just amazing to me that you would begin this attempt at a fact-finding mission to understand how we got to this moment and then abandon it because, I don't know, the facts are a little bit inconvenient for what leadership wants out there. This is not, you have to be able to look at the game tape from the loss from last week, or you're not going to be able to adjust in the future. This is just basic politics stuff. But the fact that their resources are so strained, I wanted to ask you about that more because, back in the 08 days, right, there was a lot of criticism about Obama and Obama for America, his organization that didn't really, after he won in the 2008 election, fold the campaign infrastructure into the DNC. He had his kind of own separate entity that a lot of critics said was sapping resources away from the Democratic National Committee, and that it was very focused and around kind of Obama and his cadre of consultants. And, I remember that Hillary Clinton in 2016 was in part paying the DNC's bills as well. Like, they were in financial straits in 2016. How much of this, and this also contributed to the weakening of state parties across the country, how much of this is still in the shadow of, Obama for America, the party's inability on a national level to raise this money?
To be honest with you, there are many people inside of the DNC that will say exactly what you just said and blame everything on Obama and say he's the reason why the DNC is in this position in the first place. Like, that is over a decade ago at this point. Even if we were saying, you know, like that was still a problem going all the way up to 2016, that's over a decade ago. This is a problem that does not, regardless of how many problems that created for the DNC, Obama has not been president since 2016. It's been a decade. And that should not result in them having $2 million in debt. Any basic level of competence would result in them not being in this position that they are in right now. And I think what the bigger problem is, and why, like, I think it's important to think about, well, why did Obama feel it was necessary to organize outside of the DNC's infrastructure and outside of state parties? Let's remember, he ran in some ways as an anti-establishment candidate, right? And these institutions don't really want to change. They want to keep everything as similar as possible to keep the same people in their positions of power, even if it is collectively detrimental to the future of those institutions. And I think, I would presume when Obama saw that, granted I was 8 years old in 2008, so take this as a grain of salt, that when he saw that, he thought, you know what, instead of trying to go and clear house and do all the dealing with all the DNC members and everything like that, we're just going to go and build our own thing. And this is the problem with institutions that are 178 years old. Naturally, they do not really want to change. And there's a lot of incentives internally to try to keep them the same, even if it is collectively detrimental. And that's the bigger problem in DC. We have a system where there is literally hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on the line that is predicated on the idea of the political, you know, consultant industrial complex of keeping everything the same, so that people can keep taking corporate money, keep getting rich as consultants off their TV buys and everything like that, instead of actually addressing why do we need to spend so much money on these campaigns to begin with? And the answer to that is because we have to spend a lot of money gaslighting people as a party, because increasingly we are not voting in their interests.
Man, so I listened to him because he was one of the vice chairs, so he was at the top of DNC, right? Like he understood what was going on and how it works. And then I hear him talk about the new deep state, aka the consultant class, and he puts this idea out there that the reason why the DNC is screwed up is because they want to keep all their friends at their jobs and making money and all that, right? It's like such a simple answer, as if the DNC, the Democratic Party, is just a money-making machine to keep friends and family employed. They don't have a mission. They don't have a care. It's just they want to keep their cushy jobs and their contracts, and they will fight anybody for it. And I'm sure there are people within the DNC and any organization that applies to, right? I mean, any office, any business, any team, any organization is going to have people in it that want to hold on to what they got. That seems to be human nature. So but I don't think you just, like, how would that not change if you got rid of everybody there and put the people you want in there? They would do the exact same thing. They would think they're right. They would think their consultants are right. They would think they know what they're doing. They would enjoy having that job and not want to give it up. They would do everything they can to hold on to it, right? Like that's just kind of baked into it. So what is he really advocating for here? Why do you think you can't get a job with them? Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe I should be mad. They wouldn't even give me an interview. Sons of bees. No, I figured they, it's like any business. They think they know what they're doing. And I would argue the results recently show that they do know what they're doing, right? Like Ken Martin took over after Kamala lost. Give him a chance. And so far, he's got nothing but winning on his resume. So the only thing they can point to is the botched autopsy report, which I don't think was ever going to change anything. And the fact that the DNC is like $2 million in debt compared to the RNC that has hundreds of millions of dollars, because Trump is using it like a personal piggy bank and not even spending money. Trump has spent no money on the congressional candidates. He's just hoarding money. Meanwhile, Democrats are just throwing money out the door, even at territories, at races we haven't won in years, and the results are there, and it's working. We're kicking ass. And it's like, the only thing they can complain about are those two things. Being slightly in debt, and Ken Martin said, we're going to get tons of money in when we win in the midterms. Of course they will. People will be like, fuck yeah, Democrats are kicking ass. Look at all these cool new people I never seen before. Look at all these exciting characters leading the party, and representing my values and the policies I believe in, of course the money will come flooding in. That's your ticket on to the majority report? Why do you think they can't get a even if you replaced everyone, it would just happen all over again? Yeah.
And I've had conversations like this with people inside of the establishment before where I've said they've had issues with our...
Like, what more do you want from the Democratic Party right now? What would people like to see? I don't get it, because to me, election results mean everything. And we've just been kicking ass. I don't think you could ask for a better run in the special elections from January of last year until now. We have been dominating. I mean, just absolute ass kicking of the Republicans, winning places we haven't won in decades. We've got stellar candidates across the board. Yeah, we've got some weirdos, but you're always going to have some. But we have people breaking fundraising records like John Ossoff and Tallarico every quarter. We've got rock stars like Mary Patola, Sherrod Brown, Roy Cooper. What do people want from the DNC, man? It's like, if it's not saying exactly what they want, they're still mad, even though the results are as good as it gets.
Candidates at Leaders We Deserve, because they reject corporate PAC money, and they say, well, you don't understand. Like, sometimes candidates just need to take that corporate PAC money. And my response to that is, don't you think maybe if we didn't vote for such bad policies and we were able to actually say what we truly believed in, regardless of what these special interests think, that maybe we wouldn't need as much money to gaslight the American people to believe that we're for them and that their lives are increasingly getting better, when every single statistic shows us that that is not the case?
Wow. And that's our fault. We made life better for people when Biden was president. We passed stuff. We passed trillions of dollars of bills to upgrade our infrastructure, to help new parents, to help first responders, to help union members, to help black farmers. I mean, just go down the list, man. We did a bunch of shit. We got 12 million more people to be able to afford their health insurance on the ACA marketplace because of the enhanced ACA tax subsidies that lasted 5 years. It's just crazy, man. Not good enough. Yeah. And look, I'm not expecting people to just see the light and appreciate the Democrats. Obviously, they didn't do a great job of selling it and convincing people they were doing good things and showing them how they improved their lives. But to say that we're gaslighting the American people and we're no better than the Republicans is just crazy talk. Give Dems a supermajority and see what happens, right? Exactly. Get rid of the filibuster and give the Democrats 53 seats in the Senate and 10-seat majority in the House, and watch what happens. Watch what they do for the American people. Gaslighting, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's so much there. One, you mentioned, this corporate PAC money too. There's a question also of how, like, the Democrats decide to deploy resources in primaries to keep the left out, and the Republicans sit on their war chests, and we'll get to that in a second. But you touched on something that I have been railing about for months at this point, which is the consultant class being overrepresented in our press to go after campaigns that have an infrastructure that is anathema to their ability to make money, where they are, it's a canvassing type campaign. It's a campaign that's built on volunteer work. It's campaigns that aren't taking corporate PAC money, that don't have the ability, to commission these consultants, and they don't get their big digital and TV commissions, right? Where that is where they make their money. Can you shed some light on the infrastructure of consulting within the Democratic Party, and why, say, like an Abdul al-Sayed campaign or, other campaigns that are more focused on grassroots organizing have caused them to kind of freak out, and they go on cable news, and I'm like, this person's a consultant, and they're not disclosing that they're crapping all over this leftist campaign, which would be, if this kind of campaigning took over the party, they would be made irrelevant, would they not, David?
Well, I think there's always going to be some role, so long as we don't have substantial campaign finance reform, and even in the world that we do, there will be some level of consultants that are involved, just because of the natural incentives that are created by campaigns, where they're very boom and bust, where people are then, it's a rough life cycle and I think this is the problem, frankly, that the Democratic Party should work on in the long term of how do we build sustainable infrastructure so that people are not burning themselves out working on these campaigns and then working for 9 months and then not having a job for 6 to 9 months after that and going through that cycle, because you create an incentive where people naturally are just going to want to become part of that consultancy system once they get a certain level of seniority, and that advice can be useful. But I think the bigger problem is, especially lower on the ballot, when candidates are taken advantage of and they don't know that because it's their first time running, because our party doesn't provide the infrastructure to them to say, hey, here's standard rates of like what is generally reasonable for a consultant to be paid if you're going to hire somebody that's not, for example, and this is part of why what we do at Leaders We Deserve is so important. I like to call ourselves like anti-consultants in some ways, in that we both give you advice and we will give you money. And we're not incentivized to tell you to keep spending money on your campaign or keep spending money on TV ads if your campaign is going nowhere, because we're investing a substantial amount. And that enables us to be able to tell candidates like one of them who called us recently, not one that we're working with, but one that we're considering working with next election cycle, who's just getting set up. He said, hey, there's this consultant who called me that wants to charge me like a commission of 40% of all the money that I raise. That's pretty unreasonable, right? And we were able to say, yeah, don't sign that contract. Whereas with other consultants, they may just be like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I'm going to make my cut and it doesn't really matter, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes total sense.
Yeah, the way they frame this is that the Democratic Party is full of people looking out for their consultant friends, and everybody who's working there is in on it, just trying to make a few bucks, and they're all scumbags who are ripping people off and don't care about actually getting anything done, right? I mean, does this happen? I'm sure any organization is going to have people who are just taking advantage of the moment and all that, but why paint this picture of the party you claim to support, man? It's pretty harsh.
Also, I'm just putting a fine point on.
I believe the people working at the DNC are probably underpaid and overworked, man. And like he said, it's kind of boom or bust, right? They don't have a job at all times. The job I applied for at the DNC would have been a huge cut in pay for me. So it's like I would have been working full time at the DNC, and here's David out here like making this claim that the DNC is full of just consultants and people looking out for each other. And meanwhile, I would have taken a huge pay cut, had to move across the country and dedicate myself and my time to this organization. And it's like, this is how he describes it. Oh, okay, bro. I'm willing to bet there's tons of people working at the DNC who just believe in the cause and are trying their best and who are doing what they think is right.
That the way that somebody can campaign can literally make a consultant less money, right? That's just
Yes.
we just hammering that. I think is important, because people can have some media literacy when they're hearing a talking head say something, very critical of a left-wing campaign, and then you realize what the underlying infrastructure is. So I appreciate you fleshing that out a bit. Let's get back to the debt here. The DNC's $2 million in debt. Earlier this week, Notice reported that the Democratic National Committee was forced to put its physical headquarters up as collateral because they needed a $15 million line of credit so that they could work on investing in the elections. And that means that they are $2 million in debt, in addition to the New York Times piece that showed Ken Martin throwing his phone in a fit of anger.
So what would you rather have them not take out the debt and just stand idly by? Sounds like they're doing everything. They're taking chances. They're stretching things as far as they can to try to help candidates win. And it's working.
His belief that he's a certain kind of a dead man walking within the organization. Just talk a bit about the debt and the dysfunction generally, which has spilled over into the press recently.
I mean, it's an incredibly dysfunctional organization, and the fact that we're having to put the building up as collateral is not a product just of. It's not a product just of the overall environment, right? It's important to remember Republicans are not popular right now. It's not like everybody loves them, and that's why people are not giving money to the DNC or other parts of the Democratic establishment. It's because the Democratic establishment lacks two things more than anything else: courage and a vision for what to do. That is anything other than saying, well, we're not Republicans. We've done that for the past 10 years. We got to show people who we actually are. And I think the problem is, in order for us to actually be able to secure a majority, it's going to require our political party to embrace candidates that don't make donors happy a lot of the time, or don't make special interests happy, that they are not fans of, that those consultants are directly, their livelihoods are directly threatened by if they're not able to raise as much campaign cash for these candidates, like Zoran, for example, where I've seen this up close and personal, where I've had, I saw major donors go out there and say to us who had supported us previously, we need to go and win young people back, right? And then we go and support Zoran. We spend $300,000 supporting him in his primary, and I get a call from that same major donor that's like, "Yeah, I'm not going to give you, this 6 figures because I don't agree with your candidates anymore," even though Zoran got 3 times the voter turnout of 18 to 24-year-olds. But the reason I was able to tell that donor to take a hike is because 80% of our money at Leaders We Deserve comes from people that give less than $1,000 to the organization. That enables us to be able to put our principles first. And it's because we have that grassroots support, because we have a vision for the future of this party. And what Democrats are doing over and over again is engaging in a race to the bottom, where they hope that Republicans screw over the American people so much that people come back to us begging for any alternative. That's not leadership. That's a disaster. That's what we're doing right now. It's a race.
This was one of my big points when I talked to Z about this, was like, who cares? What we're doing is winning. We don't need some grand vision. You only need to think about the next election. I don't know why people are convinced that we need to have some sort of grand plan to take this country in another direction, and we have to have it all figured out. We need to be able to communicate this right now. We just need to win the next election, and all signs point to us kicking ass. And people go, yeah, but that's because of Trump. So what? Who cares? When Trump's gone, we will have something else. But why do people think like 3 elections ahead? They're like, oh, but that's not going to work in 2028. Why wouldn't it work in 2028 as well? Trump will be on the ballot, essentially. He's not going to be the candidate, but it's going to be another referendum on Trump. The Republican nominee is going to have to embrace Trump. They can't run against him. That'll be political suicide. Trump owns like 30% of the Republican base. So we'll just run on Trump man bad again. And people say, that's ridiculous. That's not good enough. If it wins, who cares? It works. That's what people want. People are mad as hell about Trump. They're not looking for, oh, I'm mad as hell at Trump, but I need you to convince me of something amazing, right? It's like, if your girlfriend's pissed at you, no, hold on. Let me come up with a better example. You cheat on your girlfriend, and then she goes out with her friends. And do you think she's looking for a guy to give her some amazing speech, to hook up with him, to get back at you? Or she's just going to hook up with some random guy? Like, she's not looking to be wined and dined. She's looking for the first warm body who seems decent to get back at you. And you're like, oh, well, who cares? That guy, he needs to try harder. He needs to have a whole plan, and he needs to win her over. Like, what? People are pissed, man. They want to vote for the alternative. That's the Democrats. Score Democrats. David Hogg has good points that I am taking notes to learn on this political climate. So I'm glad you're learning. They have no problem with that dual strategy, though. That's what I'll say. Ed is running on Trump man bad. Well, they would say he's running on money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. That's his amazing strategy that Democrats don't seem to have, right? Like, that's his just home run, talking points, amazing strategy that the DNC just doesn't get, man. They just don't get it. Okay.
To the bottom, and we need a real vision for the future of this country. And thankfully, while the establishment is in debt, at Leaders We Deserve, we're in the black, and the progressive movement is in the black. We are winning. We are increasingly winning over and over and over again. And I think that's why so many of these consultants and other people are freaking out, is because they know the gig is up. They like,
hey, you gotta slow your roll there, champ. What do you mean we're winning all over the place? You've won like a handful of races.
We are We have real infrastructure. This isn't 2016, right? Where it's only just Bernie Sanders movement. We have shows like yours. We have new media. We have new candidates. We have a generation that has been inspired by Bernie Sanders, that has been inspired by a lot of progressive leaders that are rising up and are now old enough to run for office and say, you know what, we're not going to continue doing things the same way anymore. And the establishment has been so addicted to enabling geriatric leaders and continuing to have them there for decades that they're literally dying in power. And they don't know what to do about it because that vacuum is being filled by progressive leaders.
Okay. I don't know, man. Like, I just think there's a better way to go about this than to shit all over your party and say they got it all wrong and we're taking over. It's like, why not use them for what they're good for and bring in what you're good for and work together? It's always, there's always got to be a boogeyman with this crowd. And that's why I could never hang with them, because there's always someone to blame. There's always some big bad monster that's holding them up from doing what they want to do. It's never their fault. They if only these bad actors would get out of their way, then they could totally run everything and do great. And that's like, we see the DSA people getting interviews and the media getting out of their way and saying, okay, here's a microphone. Let's see what you got to say. Now the corporate media won't get in your way. And what do? They screw it all up and make fools of themselves. I always think there's a reason why people are where they are, first and foremost. And you may not see it yet, but they're not there just because they're evil people that are holding on to something and don't want to see any success, and they're just trying to enrich themselves, and it's all for them. And it almost makes me wonder if these kind of people are projecting themselves into that situation. Like, oh, these people are holding on to their power and they're only hooking up their friends. It's like, that's an interesting vision you have there of it. Is that what you would do if you were in that position? Is that why you're mad? I don't know. The gig is up. Yeah, well, I'm tired of David Hogg. There was one more thing I did want to watch, though. Every accusation is a confession. Yeah, it's like, where do you come up with this stuff, man? Why not think that the people in the DNC are trying their best and they're doing very well right now? And maybe not everybody wants to be there, and not everybody wants to be a part of the Democratic Party after a big loss, and that they're struggling to get donations because people were angry at what happened in 2024. I mean, why just come up with this crazy idea that they're all like bad people? Doesn't seem like a great strategy, painting with such a broad brush.
Frances Gill is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. She's on the National Political. Frances Gill is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. She's on the National Political Committee. She's a MD with the County of Los Angeles here in Los Angeles. Thank you very much for taking the time. So, listen, we'd like to know a little bit more about DSA. A lot of people have been surprised by this organization. Define it for us. What is it all about?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Democratic Socialists of America is a mass membership political organization of working people who are fighting to advance a politics that makes life better for everyday folks.
And you've done quite well in some blue cities. It wasn't a DSA candidate who won the primary for the Democrats in Michigan, but he was close. Explain why you're seeing such success.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a few different reasons. One is the political moment that we're living in. People are struggling. Working people are struggling to meet everyday needs. So things like affording childcare and the cost of food, the cost of gas. People are feeling that. And so they're feeling that stress and that frustration and looking for change. I think also the candidates that we're running are folks that are coming from a very authentic and genuine place and really want to fight and to fight for change. And I think that's something that people are hungry for, is to see leaders who are really ready to fight and ready to win. And I think our politics also just speak to folks. And then the other thing I would just mention is that we're a member-run organization. The work that we do is almost entirely run by volunteers. And so people are really energized and ready to fight. And I think that's something that's pretty unique in the political landscape in America.
Right. There are plenty of people who point to some very controversial positions that DSA takes. Let's talk about some of them. Your policy agenda on law enforcement is to defund police, ultimately to get rid of police departments, correct?
Well, what I would say is that we're dramatically overspending on police right now.
I understand, but the goal is to defund the police departments so we don't need them in the future.
I think it's what we really want to see is a horizon where folks are not reliant on armed enforcement to meet our public safety needs.
Right.
Okay. And how do we achieve that? Armed enforcement to achieve our public safety needs. I do not see a world in which we ever disarm our police. Okay. Especially with our Second Amendment and gun culture here.
But it says defund police on the website. That's your goal. And also to get rid of prisons and jails, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Well, I've got a goal to have every single hot woman within 20 miles fall in love with me. So I guess we both have audacious goals. I'll get to work on it.
If my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
What would
absolutely.
it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
Well, we've got a lot of people skilled with Reddit research skills, sir, and you'd be amazed at how quickly they can solve crimes through digital clues online.
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing, and we're not spending money on things that actually make people safe and feel safe, which is things like actually well-lit streets, the streetlights in Los Angeles. Everybody.
-1, -1, -1, -1 to the Dem Party with every answer.
Well, you see, bad company, if only we would install more lights, more street lights, then we could reduce the size of the police force. This has been a huge complaint for many years. Oh, my Lord.
Things that actually make people safe and feel safe, which is things like actually well-lit streets, the streetlights in Los Angeles. Everybody agrees it's a huge problem.
Do they? I don't know if I've ever heard somebody in Los Angeles complain about a lack of street lighting contributing to crime. Are there places where the lights go out and are dangerous to walk? Yeah, sure. I can't recall the last time I heard about a crime committed because a street light was lacking or something.
Things like mental health care and substance use treatment. So things that drive people to commit crimes and to that make our society less safe. We're not doing anything about the root causes, and instead we're funneling money into the police.
Abdul al-Sayed's victory.
Okay, that's fine. That is a valid argument that we're not addressing the causes of crime as well as we could. And if we did, we'd be able to reduce the number of police officers and prisons needed. Great. That's fine. That has nothing to do, though, with eliminating prisons. That is just you using a bad phrase to describe what you're doing. I'm sorry, but every time I watch anything with these guys, I grow less and less concerned about them.
In the Democratic primary in the Senate,
I mean, if anything,
in Michigan.
If anything, I grow concerned that we're just going to lose elections because of these people, though. I think it gives the real Democrats a chance to point and laugh and say, yeah, I watched that, and that person is crazy. And no, I don't support that.
Al-Sayed's victory in the Democratic primary in the Senate in Michigan. Of the 15 counties where a majority do not have a college degree, he lost every one of them, over 15. In the counties with high education, like you, he won. So how can you say you're for the working class when working class counties in Detroit and elsewhere voted against your candidate?
I think what we're seeing is that people who are highly educated in this country were promised this path of economic success. If you go to college, if you get the degree, if you go down that path, you're going to be guaranteed economic success. But really what we're seeing is that there's this huge downward mobility problem where people are putting in the money, taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans. I have $500,000 in student loan debt.
What? Are you on the road to being a pharmacist? Why do you have $500,000 in debt? I hope you start your job as a pharmacist soon. What the hell? How did you accumulate $500,000 in debt? That's insane. You have to be a doctor.
Personally, and not seeing that translate into actual economic success.
Dude, that's you. You screwed up, man. I have to look her up now and see what her degree is. What's her name? Frances Gill. I have to know what her degrees are in. Frances Gill, DSA biography. Key Wiki. Activist bio. I'm a healthcare worker and rank and file member of my union. I've been most active in the labor committee in DSA LA. Leadership and structure. I would love to know what her degree is in. That is incredible. To have $500,000 in debt, she went for 5-6 degrees on an out-of-state tuition, would be a 50-year-old 6-time college dropout in the final semester of an undergrad. Well, I mean, you can rack up $500,000 in student loans if you go to be a doctor or a pharmacist or something. Sure.
If you go to college, if you get the degree, if you go down that path, you're going to be guaranteed economic success. But really,
she was introduced as an MD. Well, then she should be making hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Like, the rule is you should not take on more debt, more student loan debt than you can make in your first year. That's kind of the general rule. So if you become a doctor, you're going to make a crap ton of money and be able to pay off that debt. It's not a great system, but it's not like you're making 60 grand a year.
what we're seeing is that there's this huge downward mobility problem where people are putting in the money, taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans. I have $500,000 in student loan debt personally. And not seeing that translate into actual economic success because our society, the scales are so tipped in one direction to benefit the rich and the wealthy.
The DSA also wants to get rid of the border. Is that right?
What we talk about is an immigration system that is actually fair for people across the globe, and recognizing the reality that a lot of immigration is driven by conditions that the U.S. has helped to propagate across the globe. So, we don't talk, it's, similar to the conversation.
Would there be border security? You get rid of ICE, we know that.
Yeah,
you get
absolutely.
Would there be any other agency to take their place that would secure the border or enforce border control?
I guess I don't really understand why we kind of constantly get pinned on these particular questions when the immediate reality of the situation is that immigration enforcement is absolutely out of control, needs to be addressed immediately. And we know that in Los Angeles, like more than almost any other city in the country. So it's hard for me to take in good faith the questions around like, are you going to open the borders tomorrow? When the reality is we're so far from that right now,
right,
and that needs to be addressed.
The reality.
So why are you advocating for something years and years into the future? Why is it part of your policy platform? If anything, they should have some sort of section that says long-term goals, ideals, just we would love to live in a world, just a little creative writing piece, but this is your party platform. She's a resident physician in psychiatry. Okay, well then, if she's practicing medicine, she should be able to pay off those student loans pretty quickly. Again, I'm not saying it's great, but I mean, it's not like she doesn't have a way to pay them off. I found her LinkedIn. She's probably taken a job that doesn't pay as well as it could. And this is part of the problem with our healthcare system is doctors are incentivized to take jobs that pay more, like specialties, instead of being a general practitioner in their old community or something, because they got these big loans that they have to pay off. But yeah, I mean, she'll be all right in the end.
The reality is Donald Trump got elected because we opened up the border. That's the reality, and that's the problem.
Well, I mean, I would disagree with that.
Well, Hispanic
definitely.
voters, male Hispanic voters voted in record numbers for Donald Trump. In fact, a majority voted for Donald Trump. Democratic Party lost support with black and Hispanic and young voters. And every indication is that immigration had something to do with that. You dispute that.
I would absolutely dispute the claim that we opened the borders under Joe.
Yeah, I mean, her complaining about having $500,000 in student loans to become a doctor is like somebody complaining about their mortgage, that they are allowed to live in this giant home, and after 20 years they'll have a shit ton of equity. It's like, okay, yeah, it sucks to have a couple $100,000 in a mortgage that you got to pay off, but like you did this willingly, and now you're going to benefit tremendously from it.
Biden, and I would absolutely dispute the claim that we opened the borders under Joe Biden, and I would absolutely dispute the claim that is why Donald Trump got elected a second time. I think what is happening is that we're concentrating wealth in the hands of the few. That's without a doubt what's happening, and that's creating wildly unequal economic conditions. That's creating a totally unstable political system.
You decided not to endorse Nithya Raman, who's a DSA member for mayor of Los Angeles. You recommend her, but you won't endorse her using the resources of your organization.
They won't endorse her. Why? Oh my God.
Why is that?
Well, our endorsement process for the general is still underway, actually. So we had an endorsement process.
So you could still endorse her?
It's still possible, yeah.
Right. Do you see a problem with her? I mean, she hasn't talked about Israel in the campaign. She has talked about reforming ULA, which is the mansion tax, in order to. Are those problems for you?
Well, like I said, we have a really robust internal democratic process. It's actively underway. And so we'll see where the kind of chips fall on that. But there's a lot of members who are excited about Nithya.
Right. Are you?
I'm going to defer to our organizational process.
Right. Is there if Karen Bass won re-election, would that be a problem?
Would that be a problem?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm just wondering whether there's antipathy towards the establishment Democratic Party to the point that you don't want to see an ascendancy of people like her who represent the status quo.
No, I mean, I think in a lot of ways, this election cycle is incredibly exciting for DSA and for the kind of ascendant progressive politics. And I think there's so many races that I would point to that are really like illustrating that right now, like the city attorney race, where we have an endorsed candidate in Marissa Roy, the city council races where we have an endorsed candidate in Estuardo and CD9. And I'm excited to see what decisions the chapter makes over the next month as we complete our endorsement process. But yeah, I mean, I think it's an exciting time for Democratic Socialists no matter what.
Frances Gill, MD, thank you very much. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America, the National Political Committee.
MD. Yeah. That's a little weird. Like I feel bad that she has $500,000 in student loans, but she's gonna make $500,000 a year soon. Depa Coat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Kick. Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. MD plus most day. Yeah, like you're gonna be a doctor, dude. Gonna make so much money, man. I wish you didn't have to go into debt to do that, but You're going to be just fine, my lady. Not in psych, she won't. Well, I don't know how much people make. If she decides to go work at the, local nonprofit, she won't. That's for sure. D-Ban, thank you for resubscribing on Kick. Appreciate that, man. Let me update this. All right. Most of these DSA folks are all rich kids. It's annoying. It is. They are pretty annoying, man. That's what I'm saying. I really don't think this is going to be a long-term thing here. I could be totally wrong on that. I could. But I think this is a moment in time. I think that they've shown that they do not have what it takes to take over and be something special. I just don't see it, man. I really don't. Everybody's laughing at them. I don't think they're inspiring people. I think they are being looked at suspiciously at best and then laughed at in some cases. I think some young people are very frustrated with the economy, and maybe some older people too. And they're desperate. And I don't blame people, man. These are, times are tough. And desperate times call for desperate measures. And you got this local group that's saying we can do better, and it doesn't have to be like this, and we don't have to wait till January, and we can get some better people in office to change the world. And a lot of people are looking for any hope or anything, and their messaging is resonating with them. But I don't think it's because of socialism. I don't think it's because they're anti-capitalist. Anti-capitalism or anything like that. I think it's just they're talking some big talk. And notice how they back off everything when they're pressed on it. So you want to open borders, right? Well, that's like a long-term thing. We agree that we have to do that. Oh, okay. So you want to defund the police? Well, that, what we actually mean. Okay, so you want to abolish ICE and get rid of their function? Well, we've got to deal with this first. And then it's like, oh, okay. So basically you're the Democratic Party with your promises here. Okay. You have the same policy as the Democratic Party as a whole. I see. Got it. I think they'll be around as long as MAGA needs them as opposition. Yeah, maybe. I think, but the right is also pouring a lot of effort into highlighting them now because they don't have anything else to run on. Trump has given them nothing. So there's a lot of attention on these guys right now, but I do not think that they are rising to the occasion. And once the midterms are over, I think that's going to die down because the Democrats will be coming into power. And that is an exciting thing that will change the narrative. People act like the Democrats are going to take over the House and do nothing. Just sit there and have like boring hearings about the funding of libraries in America or something. I mean, Democrats are going to have like primetime hearings with Epstein victims testifying about people. I mean, they've been salivating for this moment for the last 2 years to go after Trump and start issuing subpoenas and start threatening people with prison and break some people. And I have a feeling people are going to be pleasantly surprised with the Democratic Party. Okay. I'm going to get out of here, though, guys. This has been fun. I appreciate everybody sticking through the raids. That's awesome of Destiny to send everybody over here. I'll be on tomorrow, and we got big primaries. Wisconsin, Minnesota, South Carolina has a special election to replace Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. So big night tomorrow night. Hopefully I'll see a bunch of you guys then. Thanks for all the subs, the bits, the super chats. A bunch of super chats. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for the subs on Kick and the gift subs over there. And just thanks for chilling, man. Appreciate it. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.